Hello there, everybody. Welcome in. Happy Monday. How's everyone doing? What noise did I hear while I was in the toilet? Krillington. Krill. What's this? 18 months. 18 months. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, dude. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for 18 months. I appreciate that. GG's on first as well. Damos, we've got Damos in second. Cat kiss, cat kiss, cat kiss. Good to see you, Damos. How's it going? Welcome in, everybody. Let's play the fucking game. As some of you may know from the, I've got lots of pictures of my face on the screen, which is a bit weird. As some of you may know, I got a new OLED monitor, but I don't really have a space for it at the moment, so it's just in front of me as my OBS monitor. So I now have the most over-the-top OBS monitor you could ever imagine. I have a fucking 165 hertz 4K OLED monitor just for OBS. Listening to the soothing stream sounds while on the shit. Well, I can hear it from down the hall. Fuck these guys. And fuck that. Fuck this game here. Fuck them. Boycott. Dennis, welcome in, dude. How's it going? It's so weird. I've got this massive monitor in front of me, but I'm playing on this one instead. But yeah, I don't quite have a space for this one yet. But yeah, my new monitor. Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's pretty fucking nice. Yeah, I played a little bit of Battlefield on it. I set it up on my desk over there, and I was like, I'll play a little bit, and I was like, oh my god. And yeah, I've put it. You can drop it down to 1080p, and at 1080p you can do 330 hertz, which is fucking bonkers. Absolutely fucking bonkers. So yes.
Hello,
but then
sir.
that was a couple of days ago. I've had to put it here for now, and I was playing Battlefield the other day, and fucking last night, Battlefield 6, it's just such a fucking broken game, dude. It's so unbalanced. But how's everyone doing? Did everybody have a good weekend? I hope you guys are all right. Even though I only slept for 6 hours, I think I slept like a decent, like I was actually asleep. So yeah, I slept for only 6 hours and 42 minutes, which is good because normally it's like 4 hours or 5 hours. But yeah, a big old chunk of that wasn't disturbed. I only got disturbed a little bit, like once really quickly, and then a bunch of times at like 5 a.m. and then like one tiny bit in the morning. But was it the other day? The other day I was barely disturbed at all. So I think the medication might actually be working, which is a welcome development. And yeah, I feel like my voice is a bit clearer. I feel like I'm a bit more awake and a bit more with it, which is nice. I think I've said I'm not.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book? It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books,
Watch movies and started de-rusting myself playing Street Fighter 6. Ooh, Street Fighter 6. Weekend well spent. I'm glad to hear. What movies did you watch? And yeah, best of luck with Street Fighter 6, because yeah, Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8 sort of kind of re-interested me in the fighting genre, because I used to play a lot of Street Fighter as a kid, and then I started playing a couple of the other sort of variants of fighting games that came out. I tried a bit of Guilty Gear and a bit of I like Mortal Kombat. Killer Instinct I played a lot of as a kid because Killer Instinct was fucking cool. But then yeah, the fighting game space, it got super toxic, like really uncomfortably toxic in places, and I was like, I don't know, man, I think I'm good, you know. And I think it's like you take a bunch of like American teenage men and you put them in a competition, it's going to get toxic, like it just is. And yeah, I was like, I don't know if I want to be part of that. I kind of felt a bit kind of weird. So I didn't really play them that much after a while. But yeah, every now and again, I'd find somebody that was better than me, and I was like, oh, I've got to learn all their moves. I've got to learn how they work, and I got to figure out how they're beating me. But yeah, we'd turn it on, and then like, you know, I'd usually beat people and be like, yeah. But then online, some kids, they just literally just play Street Fighter or just play Tekken. They literally grind it, and it's like, it gets a bit much. So I wasn't competitive, so I just sort of, backed out gracefully.
Hold your horses, little girl.
That is a book. They have stories inside them. It's like someone told you a story in a really long letter. A postcard is a small cardboard picture. You can write a few words on the other side and send it to your friend or beloved. Board games are like little games on a table, made to pass the time. There are several different ones, but sailors here mostly buy cards. My pleasure. Anything else you'd like to know? Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock.
Yes, I've got a few films on the list. Somebody added Handmaid's Tale and Children of Men. I think I may have watched Children of Men a long time ago, but I can't remember. And I saw a few clips of from It's a Beautiful Life, La Bella Vita. And yeah, it's La Bella Vita is like possibly one of the best representations of fatherhood in film ever. This guy is desperately trying to shield his children from the horrors of World War II. I think it's World War II, it might be World War I, but I think it's World War II. They're in a concentration camp, and he's desperately trying to make it like not as terrible as possible for his children. And it's like, it's such a heartwarming, you know, representation of a guy who's doing everything he can as a father. They're incarcerated in a fucking POW camp, in a labor camp, but he's like trying to make it seem like it's all a game and everything. And it's a fucking beautiful film. I highly recommend watching it, especially if you're a dad. Highly recommend it if you're a dad. Weekend was fast over. I played too much hardcore character. A hardcore character, what, in a game? Sorry, is the game called Hardcore Character? Fighting games as a space got a bit better since it went esports. People complain about being more commercially and less grassroots, but the toxicity decreased market. Oh, okay, that's good to hear. Watched The Lighthouse and Train to Busan. The Lighthouse. So yeah, I didn't really rate Patterson as an actor for because of their initial work was kind of like, you know, teen slop, if that's what you could call it, emo teen slop. But then yeah, I saw them in The Lighthouse and I was like, damn, like Patterson is holding his own. He's not being outclassed by Willem Dafoe. Like maybe Willem Dafoe was, you know, not absolutely crushing it, but Willem Dafoe was playing a pretty fucking developed character. They were pretty fucking disgusting and pretty sort of like salty and rough around the edges, as you would expect. They really embodied that character, but Patterson managed to do the same, but in a different way. And they didn't look stupid. They weren't being upstaged. They were holding their own across from Willem Dafoe. And I was like, damn, that's a fucking achievement. I got to give him that. That was a pretty good effort. And yeah, the whole film was like bonkers as fuck. And I'll be interested to hear your thoughts on what you think was actually happening. Because I think when Patterson, sorry, spoiler alert, when Patterson discovers the dead seagull in the water supply, I think, okay, so they've been drinking contaminated water and he's fucking hallucinating. I don't think that guy, I don't think Willem Dafoe's character was even there. I think he was alone. And because of his loneliness and the contaminated water making him fucking hallucinate, he manifested this character that's like the antithesis of him. And therefore, that's why he gets on his nerves so much, right? And I think maybe that's what it was, but I wasn't sure. But yeah, it was very interesting and very symbolic. I'd like to rewatch it. But yeah, I respect him a lot more after that. And Train to Busan was really fucking good. A really cool concept. Duel, welcome in, dude. How's it going? The volume is a little bit loud. Just turn that down a little bit, otherwise we get a bit of an echo. Also, I've noticed that you can hear the clicks. So when I'm talking, you can hear the clicks of my mouse. But when I'm not, it doesn't look like you can. So I'll have to double check that, because I don't know what frequency mouse clicks fit under. Maybe I can get rid of it. Crumsy Bumsy, welcome in. Hello, welcome in, Dill. Good to see you. How's it going? In the Division 2, a new mod I play. Oh, so in Division 2, okay, cool. Enjoyed it. Well, I hope you enjoy it, because yeah, I've got back into playing a competitive game in Battlefield and I'm not enjoying it that much. I think like it's like an 80-20 split. Like 20% of the time it's really great, but the other 80% of the time it's just so fucking infuriating.
Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
I just can't seem to get into a match with a bunch of good teammates with good hit reg, with the servers updating correctly, on a map that's fun to play. It's just there's always something wrong. There's always something missing. Whereas Battlefield 4, you know, Metro, Operation Locker, there were so many good maps, and they were just like, yeah, you could. They were semi-destructible. Bits of them could be destroyed, right? But not everything could be destroyed. Whereas in Battlefield 6, like, to level it up, everything can be destroyed and turned to rubble. Which, yes, does create maps that feel a bit more dynamic, but it also removes all the fucking cover, so you can't really defend, because not only do you spawn outside of points you already own, like if you capture a point in this game, when you spawn, you should spawn inside in cover, but there's no cover because it's all been blown up. So the game has to default to spawning you outside of the point, then you've got to work your way in. And when you work your way in, half the time you get shot because you're going into the point to then shoot back out. The enemies are behind you, shooting you in the back as you're trying to get in. And I'm like, this is stupid. This is so fucking brain dead. Anyway, I'm not playing that right now. I'm playing Disco Elysium, but yeah.
I'm sticking it that the store is open. Otherwise people might not know. They'd miss out on
a handful of things that need to be pointing in the same direction that very rarely are. Lighthouse was allegorical to me. Defoe's character basically said so. Something on the lines of, you've gone mad, you might as well have been knee-deep in snow at your job in the sawmill hallucinating. So for me, the question what's real isn't really important. Fair enough, yeah. No, I can see that. Yeah, I can't shake the feeling that the surrealist quality of the film, the surrealism builds throughout the film's runtime, which makes me feel that he was slowly being contaminated, poisoned, or hallucinating by the water that he was drinking over a period of time. It gets more and more surreal as time goes on. But at the same time, there could have been two people, but one of them went mad and killed the other. That did happen a lot. Maybe not lighthouses, but outposts and fire watchtowers. Two people living in a small space for too long, it almost always ends up with them at each other's throats, and then one of them ends up killing the other one, and then regretting it because they get lonely afterwards and everything. I can't remember if there was a study on it, like a psychiatrist did a study on it about people that are sort of like, are stranded together. One of them usually ends up killing the other for one reason or another, but then immediately regrets it, like, massively. Thank you for the streak deal. I appreciate that, dude. 7. It's a week's work. Doing a whole fucking week's work, dude. GG's. I appreciate the streaks, gang. Thank you so much. Right.
Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides, I have some hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep warm.
Hot juice in my vacuum bottle?
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
There is stress and unease behind these words. She's reciting etiquette.
Enjoy your daily bread, dude. 65 pieces. We've got a Deimos and a Dennis, yeah. All the lovely starting with D and ending in S. And dual as well. We've got dual diagnosis, Deimos and Dennis. All the lovelies that start with D and end in S.
Mum says it's peachy. She was
my
a little
fucking
afraid
weird
at
brain
first.
noticing
Let's
patterns.
talk about this house being cursed. Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
Ass up.
I wouldn't really say it like that, but I guess so.
Dude recognising the D sus. Drinking contaminated water might also be a reference to the main character's past alcoholism. It's kind of how I view the movie on a whole, like a mirror being held up to the main character. Yeah, no, I could see that. And yeah, I mean, maybe the hallucinations are a manifestation of their resentment. They're obviously going through withdrawals, which is difficult. Trust me, I can tell you. And maybe Defoe's character is a manifestation of what they used to be and how much they hated what they used to be. Now that they're getting sober, maybe they took the job on the lighthouse to get away from drink. That's an interesting reference. That's an interesting way to look at the water as a reference to alcoholism. I hadn't considered that. That's interesting. I definitely need to rewatch that film. Definitely need to rewatch that film.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case, but I don't see much more to look into here.
Yes, please do look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games you asked about are also there, sir.
Had to go and help Lisa before switch scene, so heard nothing. Oh, I see. Is it Tom and Jerry? Not Tom and Jerry, no. Not quite. Basically Tom and Jerry.
Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms of the cellar.
That song just popped into my head when you said Tom and Jerry. It's like a factory or something. I can't remember. These were years ago. But yeah, kids genuinely, like when I tell people, like, you know, like, did you watch, like, you know, the Nickelodeon comics? Did you watch like SpongeBob? And they're like, no, I watched Tom and Jerry. They're like, isn't Tom and Jerry like from like the 20s? I'm like, no, it's not that. It was probably the 60s, 70s, but they were still playing it in the 80s and 90s, right? Isn't that from like the 1940s? Fuck off. Not from the 1940s, for fuck's
Daddy
sake.
Dennis says, what do you call a fake Willem Dafoe? Willem Dafoe.
Very good, Dennis. Very good. The theory about Tom and Jerry that involves secret best friends represent World War II politics and a grim finale. Yeah, like there's been a handful of cartoons, because the thing is, like, satirical cartoons were definitely a thing, like the New Yorker and, like, you know, from like publications from a long time ago, utilized satirical comics, like, you know, over exaggerating stereotypical things for humor and stuff. So the idea of comics being satirical predates animated comics being broadcast on a television set. So I can totally see how, like, Tom and Jerry and Roadrunner and everything, they could be representative of something a bit more real, a bit more sort of, you know, close to the bone. But it's interesting to theorize about, for sure. Simpsons prediction theories and said, yeah, The Simpsons has predicted a lot of shit. The Simpsons has predicted a lot of shit, like a lot of stuff. But so is Hideo Kojima. I think if you gave Hideo Kojima, like, what is it, 20 The Simpsons is on like 20-something seasons now. They've been going my entire life, basically, since I can remember. If you gave Hideo Kojima that long, I'm sure his video games would probably predict all kinds of stuff. The thing is, he takes so long to make a video game that it probably happens by the time the game releases. Old school.
Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead. Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
We have Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs from 1937. It's owls and number 33 ever hidden as an Easter egg because Walt Disney was obsessed with owls. Yeah, I mean, I think Walt Disney was also like a massive racist, I think. But yeah, apparently Walt Disney was not a nice person. Like, not a very nice person at all. But again, successful people that turn out to be not nice people, yeah, it just goes to show you. Because, yeah, people are like, oh, you're so judgmental of, like, CEOs and people that have, like, you know, 5 businesses that are multi-billionaires. I'm like, you don't understand. You don't get to that level without being cutthroat. Like, you have to be kind of fucking evil to get to that level. It's almost unheard of to get to that level. I mean, there's a handful of people, like, there's an iced tea company, Arizona Sweet Tea. I think their CEO is pretty nice and down to earth, but, like, loads of other CEOs, they obviously spend a lot of money on marketing to seem like nice people, but they're really not. And it goes hand in hand, because in business, to get to the top, you've got to fucking stand on people's necks. That's how you get to the top. That's part and parcel of it. So yeah, I'm always a bit wary of someone that, you know, there used to be 9 companies that did this and now there's only 1. And this guy's like, yeah, he donates money to charity and he's good with kids. I'm like, this is marketing. He's clearly not a nice person. I guarantee you, when those 9 companies became 1 company over a 10-year span, hundreds, probably tens of thousands of people are without a job now. I guarantee it. That's how. But yeah. Very anti-communist, but first guy that took black guy as a main character in a movie, so I don't know. Oh yeah, potentially. What Why is C afraid of D? Because D's nuts. Arizona Iced Tea, yeah. Sean Parker and Matt Stone, nice people. Gabe and nice people. Sean Parker and Matt Stone, they started Napster, right? Even Adolf was good with kids and loved dogs. Doesn't make you a nice person. Well, yeah, this is the thing. I remember somebody was like, you know, they said to me that they were told to read Mein Kampf, and I was like, well, yeah, like if you want to understand politics and also sort of how to control people and the various other, it's a look into an interesting mind. And they said, well, yeah, but Hitler was a terrible politician. I was like, no, that's the problem. Hitler was not a terrible. The terrible thing is that Hitler was an amazing politician. In terms of mobilizing people against other people, he was an incredible politician. That's the problem. He knew exactly how to turn people against other people. And arguably, the right has been utilizing the stuff he did decades later. They still utilize the same things. Class warfare, attacking minorities, talking about being superior in some way, shape or form because of your ethnicity. It's all just echoes of Nazism. It's just, yeah, that's what it is.
Crime is a deviation from the law, punishable by either a civil or criminal sentencing. It's what the law prevents.
It's exciting to people, I guess. They get to imagine dangerous things, and it's kind of like a puzzle, where you can guess who the criminal is, or how the good guys are going to catch him.
Ray Parker, I mean, South Park creator. Oh, yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. I mean, yeah, it's not impossible, but for the vast majority, people that have cornered a market and conglomerized a market into like one analogous fucking lump of like corporations for the sake of like moving money around to avoid that. Those people are not good people. Like, no matter how much they spend marketing themselves and doing press appearances and having professional photographers take candid pictures of them with their family on holiday, like, oh, he's a good dad and he's also a multimillionaire and he's got 9 companies, and yeah, then you find out all the people in those, none of those people have got health insurance, nobody's got fucking good working hours, nobody's got good working conditions, there's no sick pay, like, yeah, everything is the bare minimum. Like, they're obviously not a good person. Like, they're not nice to anybody outside their family and their friends that they get rich with. Like, they're not a good person. That's why they're good at business, is because they're not a good person. That's just, you know, how it gets. I mean, yeah, there are a number of people that, you know, they sell their shares as like the owner of a business. A business starts to do well, and they realize the only way to make it grow is to start being really kind of like underhanded and kind of like nasty and bad. And they have to stop being a good person for the sake of their business. They just... That's it. They sell their shares and just fucking retire because they don't want to be bad people. And I respect it. Everyone's like, that guy sold all the shares. He gave away all of his shares and sold it and took like 9 million or 10 million and retired at like 50. The company's now worth like 6 times what it used to be worth. I'm like, yeah, but that guy goes to sleep at night. You don't understand. Some things are worth more than money. Yeah. Wasn't Hitler who wrote Mein Kampf? Either was his secretary, Rudolf Hess, which is even more crazy. Yeah, I mean, I've not read Mein Kampf myself. I heard there was a book about Hitler or written by Hitler, and I was like, nah, I'm good, you know. But apparently, it is worth reading. Carl Jung, the famous psychotherapist, thought Hitler was controlled by the Greek ancient god Wotan, who is like the devil's right hand. See. Synchronization and hostile takeover, that's a different kind of business. That's just evil. We had to read Karl Marx and Mein Kampf in school. I see. Yeah, I can't remember what we read at school. You know, classics, you know. It's Catcher in the Rye and To Kill a Mockingbird and Of Mice and Men and I can't remember the name of the other ones. But unfortunately, years of alcoholism and drug abuse, I've forgotten all of it. I can't even remember what we learned at school, to be honest. I don't know how I'm standing some days.
You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
He stands grimly over the dead body of a woman. Never got to read those. Well, yeah, this is it. It depends on what you read at school, right?
What's that mean? And everything's better now, sir? Why is that? Sir, please, sir, don't say things like that. You look nice enough. Don't be sad, sir. I'm sorry I said that thing about Dick Mellon. Head, yes.
No, your mind. Not head, child. Heads.
Yeah, all the different aspects of the main character's mental faculties.
Isn't that very dangerous? Unlike you, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for you. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
Ooh.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden. Why is that?
What do you mean, sir?
She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain folded in front of her. She doesn't want to show them. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you with little interest. She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded? Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that. You're quite sober.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
Author of Catcher in the Rye, Salinger, was a very interesting guy. He wrote that book and went into hiding in the forest in Maine. I think it was just wrote in a bunker and hide the new books. Yeah, like there's definitely been some characters that have created a piece of art and then just fucking vanished, right? I think as soon as like if I was to come up with some amazing song or write an amazing book and it made me like, you know, £50 million, like you guys would see me on stream, but I would be in the middle of nowhere. I'd be in the middle of nowhere having all my food delivered. Like I would never go to like a built up area again. Big old fucking, well, like a reasonably sized house, but a big plot of land with some space for maybe a skate park, maybe a golf course. Yeah. If I could afford a golf course, oh my God. If I could just wake up in the morning and play 9 holes of golf, come home and have lunch and then play 9 holes of golf in the afternoon and then stream after that and then go to bed and do that every day. Oh, the dream, the fucking dream. The dream. The guy that killed Lennon said he did it because of a cat. Yeah. Well, they blamed it on the book, but you know, I think the same with Ronald Reagan's assassination attempt. Yeah, I mean, they're obviously always looking to blame it, and you know, you don't see it as much anymore. This is the thing: is you don't see people blaming a piece of media for making somebody kill somebody else. We kind of realize that, you know, they say like, oh, video games are full of violence and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, but 99.99% of people that play them don't do anything violent. This is the thing, is that it's the survivorship bias, right? Jake the Obscure, welcome Indian, how's it going? It's the survivorship bias, right? You only see or hear about somebody, you know, the thing is, it's sort of like when a teenage white male commits a crime, yeah, he played video games and that's what made him do it. No, he did it because he's a fucking idiot and he's got, you know, mental issues. But him playing video games, every fucking teenage male plays video games, but almost none of them do anything that bad. You know, they're not great, don't get me wrong, they're not great as a demographic of people, but yeah, they don't go out and kill multiple people. But yeah, people want something to blame, you know? And I would argue that people having video games where they can, you know, take their frustrations out on, you know, enemies in a video game might actually be helpful in some way, shape or form. It's rather than teaching them, it's an outlet for them, if that makes sense. But they shouldn't really facilitate it. They shouldn't really lean into it because it's not a great behavior. But, you know, they shouldn't have showed all their parents action films, you know, Action Man and fucking James Bond and everything else. You know, you got people being killed and, you know, drinking and fucking gambling and stuff. And it's like, you know, human beings have, routinely throughout history made forms of media, various different forms of media that show all sorts of debauchery, so you can't really say video games are any different than, action films, which, the generation before ours loved, and then, stage plays that included, violence were popular. So, it goes back. Golfing all day. Oh, yeah, imagine. Didn't care when this happened to Lennon. It was like 5 people. He got paranoid. Get so angry on mini golf. Putting is difficult. Comes drive too fast on a road and get a ticket. Oh, blame Disco Elysium. Gamers are the worst. Well, I think certain demographics of gamers. The trouble is, there's been this kind of like massive AAA push. Tiger, welcome in. Good to see you. There's been this massive AAA push for really sort of middle of the road casual games, and because of that, a lot of people you need to understand that a lot of people don't realize that the average gamer is not me. Like, I'm not the average gamer. I'm not saying I'm any better than anybody, but the average gamer is some dude who plays like Call of Duty and FIFA for like a few hours a night and just doesn't really engage with gaming any more than that. That's the big cash cow demographic that all these big studios are trying to tap into. It's why so many games are trying to be other games. They're trying to farm people over. Because these kids never fucking look outside their wheelhouse. They never look outside their comfort zone. They never spend money on anything that isn't like a fucking franchise they've been buying year after year for like 10 years. They buy the same fucking game over and over again. And, if they're having fun, cool, whatever. But like the problem is the gaming industry understands that they are where the money comes from. Money doesn't come from places like me, Like, I don't buy games day one. I haven't touched my PlayStation in months because I've got a PC now. And I've been playing PC games. But there is a boycott coming up, August, I think, where no one's going to log in. I think, and I hope it really does have an impact. I hope, because it's so serendipitous that literally weeks, it wasn't even months, weeks after Sony announced that they were going to go digital only, all the digital services fucking completely flopped and PSN went down. It's like, look at the future, dudes. It's not great, and this is what I've been saying, is that physical media is not the silver bullet people sort of, present it as. Yes, it's good to own things. It's good to have the disc game on disc, but modern games aren't going to fit on discs. Physical media is just not going to be feasible. It's going to have to be digital. And I know that's bad because I know lots of people like to collect games. I like to have collector's editions of certain games that I love. But at the end of the day, you're not going to get a 300, 400 gigabyte game on a disc. It's going to come on multiple discs, which is going to be more expensive, and that cost is going to be passed on to you. And even if you get the disc version, if it has DRM, which a lot of modern games are going to have, they can just turn it off. They can just refuse to authenticate with the server, and the game won't start. So it's more about consumer rights than it is physical media, to be honest. But yeah, it is very, very ironic that, weeks after Sony said, we're not going to do any more discs after 2028, which is, a few years away, a couple of years away. That the whole digital side of things completely shat the bed. It's just so ironic. Depends on the place. This indoor adventure light show ones makes me angry too. Right, yeah, the indoor sort of like the neon, like ultraviolet light ones. I've seen those. Thank you for the streak, Tiger. I appreciate that. 15 in a row. It's half a month. I appreciate that, Tiger. Thank you. Game where you're a mass shooter on the street. I can understand why Steam allows it. Yeah, that's kind of strange. That is kind of strange. Finally happened. Ice Spice Bob skin, Guna skin is the best selling skin. Well, yeah. None of these words are in the Bible. Spider-Man redeemed. Choose a sub to unlock. Spider-Man, enjoy unlocking an emote. Enjoy yourself. Thank you. I think it's called Hatred. Very weird game. Yeah. This is it. And the thing is, like, whenever they do like a background check after the kid becomes a school shooter, there's so many fucking red flags. It's crazy. There are so many red flags. Like, yeah, the guy bought a gun. He had multiple fucking diaries talking about how he was going to do it. He constantly had like fucking pictures of his school classmates with screwdrivers stabbed through them on the wall. It's like, there were so many signs. How could you not see this coming? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, Like, there's so many signs. And the thing is, like, when they sort of talk about it, they say like, yeah, he had like 19 like meetings with the counselor at school to talk about bullying, and like nothing got done. He was constantly being bullied, and yeah, they just never did anything about it. I'm like, yeah, I remember that. Not that I'm a school shooter, but I remember like being bullied at school, and like the teachers were just like, well, there's not a lot we can do about it because they never do it in front of the teachers, and we can't get it on camera, we can't get it recorded, we don't have any evidence. All we can do is speak to them and say, you know, are you being mean to this person? And if they say no, we can't really do anything about it. Then after like 7 years of being bullied, I just lost my temper and just swung at a kid. And they were like, well, you can't do that. And I was like, what the fuck do you want me to do? Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do here? Every day at school, all day long, I'm getting shit thrown at me, fucking names, being kicked in the fucking hallways, having the back of my head slapped, having footballs kicked at me at full fucking speed, and you do nothing. You do nothing about it. So I fucking took matters into my own hands. What of it? Well, you can't go around hitting people. Well, then fucking defend me then. Fucking speak to these guys, because they're fucking bullying me every fucking day. They just didn't do anything, and I was like, that's what happens. Luckily, I didn't do anything any worse than that. I just smacked a kid, and then all of a sudden, the next day, everyone just left me alone. Nobody would go near me, and I was like, fine. But up until that point, every fucking day, every break time, every lunchtime, I was getting grief in some way, shape, or form. And the teachers did fucking nothing about it. And I've never fucking forgiven them for that, because it took me a long fucking time to learn how to be compassionate and empathetic. You guys know me as someone that's always trying to see somebody else's side of the story, always trying to accept people, not get upset, be thick-skinned, allow people to sort of get their anger out and make sure that I don't, understand that it's not directed at me. It took me so fucking long to develop that, because all of my teens, from like 11 all the way up to like 20-something, you know, teens into early 20s, I had a fucking chip on my shoulder because I got bullied so much at school and the teachers did nothing about it. And the world had taught me that unless I fucking stood up for myself, I was just going to keep getting shit. But you don't have to be violent. You don't. You can always talk your way down. You can always talk things down. It just takes a bit longer. So you've got to do the right thing. You've got to talk people down. Because I guarantee, it doesn't matter how hard you think you are. And I never thought I was hard. I just didn't want to fucking put up with taking shit anymore. But I guarantee it doesn't matter how hard you think you are. There is somebody out there that's harder. Eventually somebody will knock you the fuck out. They'll just literally barely even swing at you, and you'll just be on the fucking floor like 5 feet away, wondering what your own name is. Like, somebody will fucking rock you. There's always somebody harder than you out there. It's not a pipeline you want to go down. So I swore off of it when I was a teenager. I was like, I'm not doing this. I'm not going to end up in fucking prison because I can't talk people down. You know, I'm not going to end up in prison because I react to people. I'm going to have to just fucking avoid them. And I try to avoid them as much as possible. But yeah, it's so fucked. But yeah, I see I see it. I see these kids getting bullied. And the problem is they've got access to guns. The culture obviously does something as well. And yeah, it's just, it only takes one stupid kid with a gun to have a fucking awful effect. And I just don't know why they won't regulate it better. It's just crazy to me how a kid I don't know how many they have. It's the amount they have per year is fucking absolutely disgusting. They only report on the really bad ones, but it happens so often. And it's just like, at what point are you going to start regulating this? Because it can't go on. You've got kids that are being, sent to school with backpacks that have a fucking bulletproof plate in them so they can fucking hide behind them in case there's gunfire. And then there's this giant rolling wall that it's like 2 panels with a whiteboard and everything, and they pull it out and it sort of like folds out and becomes this like safe room that's like bulletproof for all the kids to hide in. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? And then it turns out the people that design schools in America, some of the most successful school design architecture companies, also design prisons because line of sight is important. It fucking absolutely breaks my heart. Breaks my heart how many parents in America have to raise kids in that kind of environment. It breaks my heart. But anyway, more than days in the year this year. More than days in the year, sadly. And regulate the fucking guns, guys. Like, you shouldn't be able to carry ammunition. Like, you can have as many weapons as you want. but you can only buy ammunition and use ammunition at firing ranges, at competitions where it's regulated. You can't have people walking around with 2 or 3 magazines full of fucking 4.56 or whatever the fuck the assault rifles fire. You can't have them just wandering around with that. It's clearly not safe. Have guns, but you can't have ammo. Yeah, exactly. This is it. Is you can regulate it. You can make sure that nobody has firearms that work in public. You just make ammunition more regulated. It's not difficult, Like you can be in possession of a firearm in public, but you're not allowed to have any ammunition in it. You're not allowed to have any bullets in it. It's that simple. If you want to have bullets at home, you're allowed to have a certain amount, and the police can stop by and check how many you've got and blah blah blah. Have a sniffer dog to smell the gunpowder. And yeah, you can buy them at the firing range. You can buy them, but they have to be in a secure container. You're not allowed to carry a loaded gun because it's so obviously a problem. So obvious that it's a problem. Guided by special forces. Yeah, exactly. Other cartridges, not individual with a big brother government, and everyone helps everyone. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like everyone's like, you can't regulate. It's the constitutional right. And I was like, yeah, but kids are getting shot. Children are being shot. It's not like every so often in the home a careless gun owner leaves a loaded gun lying around and a kid blows its head off, right? It's not like one child, right? And that, even one child would be a tragedy, right? But you need to be a better parent. But it's one kid killing multiple other kids because of how they pick on children, how they pick on each other, or specifically gang up on one kid, and how the teachers don't do anything about it. It's it's fucked.
Because you usually aren't. I'm sorry, sir. I hope things get better soon.
Works in every other country. This is it.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by the early spring breeze. She smiles at you. The whole situation suddenly feels familiar, somehow. There's something you're missing.
It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man. Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir. It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process, or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something. Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end.
It's almost like Pride and Prejudice, where because a woman can't inherit the estate of a man, because women aren't allowed to inherit things, they have to be married off before they can, and then the husband that they marry off to gets to inherit the fucking, it's just like, because of some bullshit patriarchy, the whole of Pride and Prejudice exists. It's fucking stupid, dudes.
These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that.
Ooh, what if it's written really well? Is that a comment about the game itself?
Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either. Because
Does a woman know about the outhouse?
Yeah,
that's how they thought. My Xbox Series S is digital, so Rainbow's happy. I'm okay with digital. Yeah, well, this is the thing is, right? Digital as a delivery mechanism is not the problem, right? Games are getting so big that digital kind of is the only future. Streaming games, I'm not sold on. Every time I've tried to stream a video game, it's sucked. It's been really laggy and awful, and the fucking graphics, yeah. I don't care how good the graphics were when they were rendered. They're then pipelined down the fucking internet, and they come out looking not great. I want my game to be rendered on my computer. Thank you very much. Call me old school, but whatever. But yeah, like downloading games, Steam has been doing it for fucking for yonks. For I don't know how many years Steam has been doing it, but because Steam has a very strong, principled consumer rights framework, it's not a problem. So what we need to do is we need the EU courts, because it's always the EU courts that get this stuff put through, to start creating frameworks around digital media. Because when you, with like Spotify and things like that, when you stream the game, you never really buy the game. You never really buy the film or the music. You pay for a service that allows you to stream the media, and that's more convenient. but it means that you don't own the media. It's a limited license under the parameters of the agreement. But with digital games, we need something more concrete. We need something more specific to games, because that's what a lot of these big game companies or publishers are trying to do. Is they're trying to establish the same level of control as Spotify, Amazon Prime, Netflix, where they can literally just fucking take your shit away. And they'll do it with physical as well. Like I say, DRM on day one, version 1 of the game on disc can have DRM in it. So when you install the game, it will authenticate that copy with your PSN or Xbox, whatever username, and your console's code or user SKU or model number or serial number, whatever. And that'll be your license. But they could take that away, and then when you start the game up, it'll just fucking... I mean, Kate was playing Uncharted, which is like a PS3 game, or maybe it was ported to PS4, but that had fucking online DRM. The game, because the PSN is fucking around and the trophies aren't synchronizing, Kate turned the internet off, or the internet got disconnected, and then it fucking popped up saying the game's going to stop in 15 minutes because it's fucking not connected to the internet. But it's a single-player game, and it's fucking God knows how old. So they were putting DRM in games back in the PS3 days. That was the first. Well, it wasn't the first online PlayStation. The PS2 could go online, but it was kind of limited. But yeah, like it's already there, And if consumer rights aren't in place, when we eventually, because we are eventually going to have to go digital. This is the thing. People are like, oh, we could just keep using discs. No, we can't. I'm sorry. Unless the PlayStation 6 uses cartridges, which is going to be a big fucking difference, because Sony's going to have to create their own kind of cartridge that everyone else is going to have to be on board with. But yeah, we're not going to be able to get away with physical media because of game sizes as we move forward. If the PlayStation 6 is going to be a 4K 60 as a baseline console, which I presume it will be, because the PlayStation 5 Pro is trying to get there, 1440p 60-ish. Yeah, I would expect most games to have 4K textures, and lots of them, along with 4K shaders and alpha reference channels and stuff to sort of make game effects and shaders work. So yeah, I just don't see video games being on physical media because it's just not feasible. I wish it was possible, because there is a degree of ownership that you feel when you have it on disc, but it's just not going to fit on disc. So we're going to end up there, and we've got 2 years now to sign petitions and to boycott and to make sure that consumer rights are in place before 2028, that make sure that we have a right to access that media, whether it's digital or not. We have the right as the person who purchased the game. Because if you said to me, like, yeah, you can buy a game for like 20 quid, but you're only allowed to access it for 3 years and then they take it away, I'm sure many people would take that deal. They would, because it's such a saving. And like it or not, like lots and lots of people don't play games more than 10 times, if at all, more than once, People play games and then they move on to something else. Doesn't mean they shouldn't be able to access that game. They should still be able to play it, of course. But yeah, people talk about it as if they still routinely play every game they've ever played. It's like, brother, you don't. Like, I have a stack of discs over there. I've got a stack of cartridges. I've got boxes full of cartridges from the Super Nintendo and Mega Drive 2 or whatever you want to call it. And like, yeah, I could get them out and play them, but I just fucking emulate them because I own them on cartridge or disc anyway, so I just fucking emulate them because it's easier. And that's kind of the thing, is you can continue to play those games. If you've got the disc, you can just emulate the game. But if they put DRM in the fucking game, then you're screwed. And if DRM is allowed, then we're all screwed, regardless of what delivery mechanism we use. So we need, in the next 2 years, we need to start putting together petitions that mandate the proprietor of a piece of entertainment media in the gaming space is responsible for maintaining and providing access to that media indefinitely, so people always have access to it. If in any way, shape or form they limit or remove access to that game, they should face significant penalties, because that's what they do. If they were going to make a new game, if they were going to release a new game in a franchise, they just turn off the fucking server authentication on the DRM for the old game. So everyone has to move over to the new one. They release the game, and if sales aren't really taking off, if they're not seeing the numbers they projected, they just turn the old game off. Then everybody has to buy the new game, even if they're perfectly happy with the game they've already got. And they've been doing that for years. So yeah, if we don't get those protections in place, we're cooked either way. If we don't get those protections, we're fucked, physical or not. Since 2003, so 23 years license. He said no to video game ownership rights because it wasn't part of the culture or something stupid like that. And he had 1.5 million signatures. Reading everyone's chat messages and having a camera in every new car is allowed. Yep, there we go. It's when you go back to the old school. Well, I mean, I think also there's this stigma around video games making people unproductive. You know, it's like in Brazil, they're very, very against video games because they think it makes young people unproductive. So video games are eye-wateringly expensive, so they have to pirate them just to be able to access them at all. And there is no online gaming. They have like a fucking... In Brazil, it's crazy. I think it's Brazil. But there's no online gaming. You can't go online to play video games. The internet's locked down. So they have like Ethernet cables draped across all these fucking houses and flats and everything. So they can all play games together on like a local area network, but it's like a WAN. It's like a wide area network where it's like, you know, across multiple houses. It's really, really heartwarming to see how hard kids will work to play games. And there's like webmasters that manage the routers and the hubs and everything. They take on the responsibility of looking after all the network traffic and being in charge of it as well as playing games. It's like, yeah, it's heartwarming.
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday
Laws.
life.
Kazita is a nice program for physical games. Is it Venezuela? Brazil, you have a fucked up pricing, so people have to pirate it because games like GTA can be £200. Yeah, the games are like, I think a few games were like £1,000, like translated or exchange rate. Yeah, they were like £860 to like £1,000 for some games. I was like, fuck, you know, that's ridiculous. But yeah, no wonder, because I can't remember if it was Gabe or someone else. Somebody. He might have been Pirate Software, but he wasn't the only person to do it. Pellis, welcome in, dude. Thank you for the 15 stream streak. That's half a month. I appreciate that, dude. Several developers. Pirate Software is the most popular one, obviously, but well, they're not that popular anymore. But yeah, several developers said that whenever they do like a report on piracy as a whole, South America, Brazil, and everywhere, it's always super, super bad. Like it's always super, super bad. In certain parts of the world, like piracy is really bad, like a 90% piracy rate, but in certain places. And they realize it's because of fucking access. The games are like 160% more expensive. So some developers just made the game 160% cheaper. So not that they paid the money to buy it, but like they said, rather than $50, let's make it $4. So when they added that 160% on, it was only, you know, $40, you know, and obviously the government gets that extra tax, but kids could buy the game and suddenly sales just shot through the fucking roof. And they were like, it was never about like piracy to steal. It was just accessing it at a fair price. They said, yeah, and I'll keep doing that. I'll keep selling my games for basically nothing in Brazil because we weren't making any money before. Like we weren't making anything before. But now when we sell our games massively discounted in Brazil, people buy them. So we are making some money and they have a legitimate copy of the game that works. And then we can work with them on adding stuff to that game. So dude openly talking about it because he's more public. But yes, welcome in, Pettis. It's good to see you, dude. Dudes, we do have an ad break coming up. I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. Then when we come back, I promise we'll play the game a bit more. I've been a bit yappy today. But I love talking to you guys. That's one of the main reasons I do this. But yeah, piracy is quite often not about stealing. It's just about not being able to access media that you want to play. And, you know, being a young kid and missing out on Grand Theft Auto, yeah, no, it's not going to happen. Every kid deserves to play Grand Theft Auto. But yes, I'll be right back. Oh, excuse me. And then we'll carry on. Okay, your poise is shit. Oh. Oh! Oh, chat. The fucking rolling underneath the jump attack to backstab. Oh. Good one. Good hit. Good hit. So sorry about that, mate. So sorry about that. So sorry about that, mate. To be to get hit, so. Excuse me. Excuse me. Other than hitting ridiculous shots with a fucking with an arrow. He got fucking yeeted. Fucking hell. Fuck off! Fuck off! Fuck you! Fuck you! You cheap fucking bastard! You cheap fucking bastard! Oh my god!
Careful, Verso. Let me flow.
Absolute fucking meme, dudes. We should get the backstab for free this time. Means we get a free R2 as well. And then while he's recovering, we get a free R1. Excuse me. Excuse me. How very dare you? Yeah, it just, the gust as well, it doesn't really blow you that far. It's, you know, no pun intended, but you know, it doesn't really blow me away. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. We've got an RSY in chat. Welcome in, RSY. Good to see you, dude. How are you? Yes, Palace, welcome in. How's everyone doing? It's good to see you guys. Yeah, where were we?
Not in romance
I'm
books,
well.
sir.
Glad to hear it.
These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end. I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum.
She has one about an excruciatingly painful breakup.
I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though.
Well, this is the thing, is that romance stories never, well, they very rarely deal with, like, you know, the other side of romance, right? They only talk about the good things. And I think that's a little bit misleading, the genre of romance in entertainment-based media anyway. They talk about how, like, oh, it all works out in the end, and it's like this whole happily ever after thing. It is particularly difficult for my generation to buy into and to sort of, you know, see still being peddled, because we all went to school, we all went to university, we all worked hard, but there was no happily ever after. We inherited a very, very broken country.
No, I don't know. Yes, she knows books, definitely.
What was that? An idea for an unfinished novel stuck somewhere in your forebrain? You clearly have issues you need to address.
Maybe some about other books?
So, suggestion, okay.
Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers.
We're going to do a
and
raid
musicians.
AI
Those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary
data
about
centers. I can't even say the fucking phrase. For drinking water. Yeah, I saw that. It's it's a dystopian future when you think about it. When there's no drinking water and we have to fucking smash down the doors of a fucking AI data center, and they've got a bunch of those robots like trying to protect it. Strange future, but yeah, nothing's off the table these days. All right, thanks, mate. Been super tired last few days, but a little more with it today. Well, I'm glad to hear you're a bit more with it today, but I hope you're getting enough rest, dude. It's important. Make sure you rest enough. Happily ever after. I wonder if Disney invented that. So I've got some metal straws. Use paper straws for the environment, mate. Well, yeah, this is the thing. It's fucking AI data center. Yeah, it's data center. That's what kind of got me. Dyslexia level 9,000. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's dyslexia. I think it's just brain fog from, I'm still not fully sleeping through the night properly, but I'm sleeping more, which is good.
Of their fame.
But we shall see. We shall see.
Seems like most people who read those books.
I feel less congested.
Famous from reading.
Like I can breathe through my nose a bit better.
But it does make the famous people more famous.
W sleeping more. I wait for the bit where we kick open the doors of the AI data center, and inside it's patrolled by hundreds of unsold Roombas. Yeah, just Roombas with little AK-47s mounted on them. Could you imagine? Just bumping into each other. Oh, man, that would be fucking hilarious.
Annette's expression remains ever so helpful, but she doesn't say anything.
Excuse me.
Isn't that kind of a childish thing for a grown-up to say?
Oof.
When she grows up,
How is that not
if she
morale
grows up to be
damage?
clever, she'll discover there's no such thing as a grown-up.
Okay, sir.
She doesn't know what to make of that, but she'll remember it.
Suggestion. Shadow Blood King, welcome in. How's it going? It's good to see you. Not too bad, not too bad. Didn't quite get as much sleep last night as I was hoping, but I did sleep a little bit more than average. But yeah, golf was very difficult on Sunday. There was a 20-mile-an-hour wind, which is like basically it fucking ruins like every shot you take. Doesn't matter how straight. As soon as it gets up in the air, it fucking just. And the ground is very dry, which makes it very dusty and kind of difficult to work with. So yeah, excuses, I know, but yeah. I had a bit of a rough round where several shots just went completely in the wrong fucking direction in the air. But yeah, other than that, I'm good. Again, this pervs keep following me. Stalker. Ugh. How do you get rid of a stalker? I mean, I would get in contact with the platform or the proprietor of wherever you're being stalked. If that doesn't work, then the police. And everyone's like, "Is it really a police matter?" Yeah, it is. It is. Stalking somebody is a police matter. Don't fucking do it.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Still pretty low, isn't it?
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for...
You have absolutely no idea. Familiar? How? You must have forgotten something you heard again.
Yes, make sure you're safe. Really, the wind yesterday was crazy. We did another walk to one of the white horses and we were getting battered by winds up there. Yeah, like 20-mile-an-hour wind. It's just, like you can't hear yourself. And the thing I struggle with is I can't hear myself think because I've just constantly got this, just constantly, and I can't just tune out and just think about what I need to be thinking about and just relax and just let go and just let the swing happen. I just can't, I need to work on it. I need to meditate and basically. And the thing is, I go down the driving range and people make a bunch of fucking noise. Like everybody's always talking and fucking laughing and fucking dicking around and not really focusing on what they're doing, which means I can't really focus on what I'm doing. But the way I see it is that it's good practice. If I can learn how to focus and swing a club and there's a bunch of people talking around me, I'm fucking bulletproof. Like I'll be unstoppable. Yeah, like if I can lock in, even in a noisy environment full of people, I'll be fine, you know? But it's difficult because, yeah, just as I'm like right up there, I'm just about to come down and then someone's like, oh, you know. We all have to share space. We all have to share this planet, don't we, chat? We all have to be accepting of each other, even if we're being noisy cunts in the worst place to be noisy cunts. Like if you want to make a bunch of noise, go to the fucking pub, you know? Not brain science. Also, Breda, you can still call me Uninspired Man if you want. Yeah, well, I mean, I'll tend to just read the name that comes up, obviously, because that's what your name is now. Yeah, you can change your name. It's difficult for me to remember. I mean, I know your username used to be Spider-Man, but obviously, I see your username and I read it. So, maybe if you want to be called Spider-Man, then you can change your name back, I suppose. But it's up to you. Obviously, I think I can set nicknames to call you Spider-Man. But if you changed your name, I imagine you changed it for a reason. So I refer to people by the name they've chosen to present. So but it's up to you, obviously. But yeah, hiding, looking around the corner, taking notes, playing golf where with crumbs randomly yells out Essex and you will win. Essex, a bit far from Essex. People don't have manners in your country. No, they don't. Not anymore. The internet and social media made everybody so self-absorbed they don't think about disturbing other people. And it's like, yeah, every now and again I'm like, guys, can you just maybe just keep it down a bit? And I offer that as like a polite request. I'm like, guys, it's okay if you just keep it down a bit. And if they're like, oh yeah, sorry mate, I'm like, okay, cool. And if they make a bit more noise, I'm like, okay, whatever. At least they accepted it and they're going to try. It's when they're like, oh, fuck off, mate. It's like, no, not fuck off. Like, if you want to be noisy and rowdy, go to the fucking pub. Are you too scared to go in the pub, so you come to other places? Yeah, fuck off.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
You have absolutely no idea.
Come on, gang. Stop holding out on me. Oh, thank you for the hydrate.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
You have absolutely no idea.
I don't think the game's going to give it to us, chat.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Yes, I stand in this spot all the time.
Be surprised how the tube in Stockholm is total silence. Well, this is the thing. Like the tube in London used to be complete silence. Like nobody pestered or bothered anyone else. Everyone just kept to themselves, and it seems quite antisocial. But actually, it's when you're stuck on a tiny little cramped train underground, it's kind of just the polite thing to do. Is just keep yourself to yourself. But now, a lot of the tube lines I go on now, any of the ones that are like near the touristy bits or just in general, there's people just having conversations and fucking just making noise, people eating food that stinks or fucking spilling drinks on the floor. It's like, fuck's sake, man. It's already bad enough. Like, don't make it worse. Just fucking have your shit on your person, like on you, not dangling off of you, getting in the way. Don't wear your fucking rucksack and fucking knock people over with it. Just fucking take up as much, as little space, take as much time and effort to take up as small amount of space as possible. Think of a tiny tube that you're trying to fit in that's upright. The tube that you're traveling on is horizontal, but imagine an upright tube that you're trying to fit into. That's what traveling on the tube is. There might be a bit there. I might be able to spin that up into a joke. Like people call it the tube because of the tubular track that you travel down. But no, actually it's because there's a tube, an invisible upright tube that you should stand within and not take up too much fucking space with your fucking bag and your food and your drink that you keep spilling on the floor. I'm not resentful, I promise. But yeah, I'm glad I don't have to get the tube. Because yeah, it can get pretty fucking busy down there. Hey, to sit next to one on the tube on the bus. What's wrong with people? Yeah, well, it depends if there's no seats, if there's no seats and they have to, because the thing is when you get on a tube and someone's pressed up against you, it's just because the tube's busy, Like if the tube was empty and someone stood next to you and pressed up against you, that's obviously a fucking, that's sexual assault. That's not yeah, not going to argue with that. But yeah, sitting down next to you when there's loads of other empty seats, it's like, bruv, fuck off. You know, come on. It's like pissing in the urinal next to somebody else. It's like, it's just unnecessary. It really is unnecessary. The only thing you ever heard on the tube was, sorry, this seat is taken. That was all. Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, I can't change. Yeah, I don't think. No, they're restricted on you. You can only change your name. So otherwise, people would probably abuse it because that's what people are like. Talk in Party Royale and then Stan Swedish Law. If you don't want to sit next to people, don't take the tube during rush hour. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, it's these days, you know, with the amount of tourist attractions all over London, the tube is kind of busy from 7 a.m. till fucking the evening, whenever that may be. So yeah, it's just going to be. I mean, some lines do empty out because they are just, you know, commuter lines to office part, you know, officey corporate areas. So they're going to empty out during the middle of the day, to the point where sometimes it's actually easier to get one of the quieter tube lines and pick up one of the busier ones later on, even if it isn't the quickest way. It's like, you know, an extra 11, 12 minutes, but actually you get a seat and the tube is basically empty, but you're traveling kind of roughly adjacent to another line. Then you just get a fucking Uber for like 5 minutes. It's like a few quid.
Without your shirt
So,
on, sir.
you know.
Telling people the end of the world is coming. I don't really understand what you mean by it. Of course, you've stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you.
Don't call it the underground because it's below surface. They call it the tube because you have to be squeezed out like toothpaste. Yeah, pretty much are squeezed out like toothpaste. What game are you guys excited for? I mean, I'm still on the fence about buying GTA 6. I feel like I might cave in and buy it. But honestly, dudes, Twitch is going to be such a mess. Like, there's going to be like at least 20,000 new channels. I'm calling it now. There will be at least 10,000 new Twitch channels streaming for the first time when GTA 6 comes out, and it'll all be some kid with the webcam on their console. And the Twitch servers won't be able to handle it. It's going to make Twitch a complete mess. I guarantee it. Okay, this is mainly true of the Victorian Circle, but they're so core to the city. They always seem to be. Yeah, I mean the circle line is just how you get around London. You know, it's, yeah, if you're getting around London, you're going to get the tube from where you are to where the circle line picks it up, and then, you know, you go. And the circular's handy because, you know, you don't really, it doesn't really matter. You just get on a circle line, and if you fuck it up, you're just going to go the long way round, which is obviously going to take a while. But the trouble is, because the circle line, I don't know if any of the circle line ever goes up above ground, because I mean, Wimbledon, there's a tube station, well, there's a station that the tube train stops at. It's overground, obviously, because it's Wimbledon, and it goes underground. So that one usually isn't quite as sweaty and horrible. But there are a handful of them that never see the light of day. And yeah, they can get pretty fucking great. And obviously the slightly older ones, there's a transformer to take the DC voltage and make it AC, or vice versa. I can't remember. I think the motors are DC, which is why they make that noise. And they make that horrible humming noise because of the transformation of the electricity from AC to DC or DC to, I can't remember which way around it is, but yeah. Oh, and then it starts moving and rattling, and you cannot hear a fucking thing. The thing is, I see people having a conversation and they're shouting over. I'm like, there's no point. Shut up. There's no point. It's not happening. Let it go. Have this conversation when you get to where you're getting to. You know, just stop trying to have a conversation on the fucking Jubilee line or something. It's just not going to happen.
No, you don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes?
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes...
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd on a man.
1666 Amsterdam. I don't understand why London don't have more colourful stations, but that's also YMO used to see in the metro. Yeah, well, I mean, the first tube lines, the ones the ones that, you know, they're basically in the bowels of hell, the ones that you go down multiple escalators to get to when they dug down really fucking far. Stabby, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Yeah, those ones, they just kind of like needed to build whatever was, you know, there wasn't any design like to look at. They just needed to make it happen. And obviously, you know, building an underground train network was, at the time when the first tube lines were being, laid or dug, if you want to call it that, was like such a ostentatious principle or idea. But obviously over time we've got better and better at it. And then, some of the tube lines, they just dug a fucking really big ditch and then built the train tube and then just put the fucking stuff back on top afterwards. The ones that are really fucking deep, I don't know how they fucking got away with that back in God knows when it was. But yeah, the ones that are really the old ones, the old lines that are really far down, there's just nowhere for the heat to go. It just slowly but surely turns into a fucking sauna down there. It's so bad.
The eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. You were properly girded into.
Very Victorian way, post-World War II ones are just functional. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we didn't have the money, did we? Check out Stockholm Metro if you want to see the world's longest art gallery. Yeah, I think I remember talking about the stations in Russia, and you sent me a few pictures of them, as well as the other ones as well. So what I'm hearing is that when me and Elle go to London, she bring earplugs to the train. Yes, yeah. If you're going to get the tube, some of the older tube lines, because of the voltage they use, I'm pretty sure they use DC motors, and we've changed to AC electricity since they were built. So I'm pretty sure it's that way around. But either way, some of the old lines, it's like a deafening hum, like a really loud, screaming, rattling, deafening hum. So yeah, earplugs might be a good idea. But the first are amazing, Stabby. The abandoned one in New York is one will be 328 feet. The abandoned one in New York is amazing too. Is there an abandoned tube station in New York? 133 down. New one will be 328 feet. That's pretty far. Twas Aliens. Which one? The Old City Hill one? I think the Metropolitan, the Waterloo, and the Jubilee are some of the older ones. Let me check. It's been a while. Pretty sure Waterloo, Metropolitan, and Metropolitan District. Actually, no, so maybe Waterloo isn't that old. Baker Street. Oh, that's stations. I'm looking at, but yeah, believe it or not, yeah, they used to fucking dig a giant, great big ditch. Oh, sorry, you guys are in the way. They used to dig a giant, great big ditch, build the fucking railway, and then just fucking put stuff on top. But they have obviously sort of advanced a bit since then. But yeah, I'm not too sure which ones were first. But yeah, I know. Yeah, the District line, and I'm pretty sure the Metropolitan line was pretty early. Yeah, the Metro was 1863, and District was 1868. 1868. So 1863. Okay, I was going to say for a second there, I was like, hang on a second. That's getting a bit close. Was it 1870 something? Oh, no, it was 1770 something. Sorry. I was just checking if some of our tube lines were older than America. Blow out granite to build. Yeah, it depends. Yeah, the trouble is, people are like, well, why can't they just build tube lines everywhere? It's underground. Why do they care? You have no idea how many times when they're building a new tube line, they uncover a plague pit. A giant fucking pit full of dead bodies that had the plague, which are obviously now they're not even bodies anymore. They're a gelatinous mass of like toxic fucking human waste. Literal human waste, like body parts wasting away. So yeah, there are plague pits all over London that they might accidentally open up, and God knows what would happen if we were to let them out. But yeah, check out the City Hall station, Lexington Avenue line on Wikipedia. They have some good photos and a map. I'm looking now. Some of those are amazing. City Hall in London. New York. Oh, you're talking about the one that's the one that's abandoned. I see. Gears E-Day is not worth $100 pre-order. $100 is a lot for a City Hall. Yeah, I was going to say City Hall is in New York, right? I don't know if we have a City Hall in London as well.
Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy. Oh, baby, that's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important.
So much as not in revenue service because of the train size thing. Yeah, who was the railway tycoon who used to walk with a cane and he would fold the cane was like hinged at the handle and he would fold it out and his cane was the measurement because the railways changed from a certain width to be a bit wider, and I think his cane was the right measurement. And obviously he would walk along and unfold his cane to check they were keeping it like the right width. I can't remember the guy's name. Augustus somebody? No, I'm probably just making that up. Andrew Wonder has an amazing video on YouTube about the underground in New York. If you guys are interested in that kind of stuff, yeah, I'll if you can whack a link in the Discord, obviously I'll get around to watching it at some point. More like a museum. Oh, so it's not like a functional train station. It would be sludge. Should just be bones because it only takes a few years, decades to decay to bone. Yeah, but obviously if it's a pit that's buried, that organic matter breaking down and it can't really go anywhere, right? Obviously all the moisture is going to come out of it, but yeah. I have a feeling it must have just festered away. You know, maybe not on the edges where it had like earth to permeate into, but like the core of just decaying bodies. It must, yeah. But yeah, this is the trouble is when they're digging in London, they have to be super careful not to open up a fucking plague pit because, yeah, we don't want that one again.
I didn't know I had to do that.
So many videos I send you on Discord. Yeah, just leave them in the Discord. And I try and get around to watching them. But yeah, at the moment, just the way I am at the moment, I go from one thing to the other. And I feel like I never have enough time. And the thing is, I don't have kids and I don't have that much to do. I'm not going out and doing anything. I'm so worn down by sleep apnea that after work, I'm just fucking zoned out. It's so bad. But I do try and get around to watching them. But yeah, I have too much stuff to watch. There's too many games, too many films. There's just not enough time. You know, I would need to retire and watch and play everything full time for several years to catch up.
I'm glad I could help you, sir.
Yes? Hello? Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman needs something to read. It is. I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
Mm-hmm. What with?
What with? A lot of things. For example, people tend to go missing. Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work, smoking. The woman before you nods and returns to her reading.
That's the same for graves. Someone look into it. Yeah, so apparently they opened a plague pit and found only skeletal remains, some belongings, and trace amounts of plague bacteria. Okay. So maybe burying the bodies was eventually the right thing to do. I would have thought that much organic matter, like obviously, like I said, if you bury a corpse in dirt, like one corpse, you know, without any sort of like, you know, disease, those remains are slowly going to turn to nothing, right? But if you've got, I mean, these were plague pits. They were giant, great big pits full of dead bodies that they just chucked in there. They didn't burn, I don't think they burned them or anything. They just chucked them in there and buried them just to try and fucking slow down the spread of the plague. I would have thought that much, you know, human tissue in a semi-warm, moist environment would have been some sort of breeding ground for something to, because yeah, the bacteria probably don't care if the body's dead or not. They probably still try and multiply, and then, so yeah. Tycoon with the cane was Cornelius Vanderbilt. Ah, that's the one. Cornelius Vanderbilt. What a fucking name. Maybe Isambard Brunel. Maybe, yeah, Brunel is something. Yeah, Brunel's somebody that gets talked about a lot more in British culture, I suppose. So maybe it was Isambard. Did they lick it? Don't know. Be good. Actually contradictory to common belief, the bodies were neatly arranged. And also found that some were wrapped in cloth or might have been put in coffins. Ah, okay. So the illustration I saw was obviously a falsehood. Because I saw like an illustration, like that picture of like the railway ditch being dug, of like just a pile, and they were like just, you know, two blokes, arms and legs, just 1, 2, 3, just chucking them in there. So yeah, I was lied to by an illustration from fucking 1800. Who would have thought, chat? Such dishonesty in those days. But yeah, it's hilarious because there's a history of the youth don't want to work anymore. And it shows how many times the newspapers have said something along the lines of the youth don't want to work. And they've been saying it for fucking hundreds of years, like centuries. It goes back to like the fucking 1700s. Quite frankly, the youth in society don't have the gust, the impotence and the desire to earn a living that previous generations did, and thus economically this changes things because of blood. So what you're saying is the youth don't want to work. It's like, no, it's just never actually been the truth. It's always been the fucking media stretching the truth because they want fucking tabloid sales. Extra, read all about it. Newspaper lies about subject to support the biased agenda of the person who owns the newspaper.
The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. It towered over the harbor until it happened. A great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water. A straight shot into Revachol.
Cornelius was insane. Used to fight his workers in boxing matches for the fun of it. Granted, maybe much later when it was getting even worse, they might have just thrown him in. Yeah, like I mean, I wish I could remember the publication that was quoted, because yeah, I was reading about infrastructure changes in London. Then I saw a hyperlink to something else. Then I saw a hyperlink to something else, and I ended up going down the rabbit hole a bit. And yeah, they were building. They were adding a new station somewhere on one of the tube lines, and I was reading about how expensive it was going to be, and you know how many work hours it was going to be. Because yeah, it's usually a pretty big operation to sort of shore up all the buildings around it and then dig a fucking giant, great big hole to like build a station and then like access to the station and everything. All for the sake of adding one more stop to a line. But yeah, I remember sort of like reading an article saying that, yeah, whenever they build a new tube line, they spend a lot of time surveying and doing depth probing to sort of check the sort of, you know, and if they come up with like any bacteria that's related to the plague, they know they found a plague pit. And then that means they have to, if they are going to go through that, they have to obviously deal with it in a way that doesn't allow the plague to get back out. Because yeah, there's a lot of people in London, and yeah, the trouble was with the pandemic is Gatwick is like, you know, a hub from America to the rest of the world and the rest of the world to America. So, you know, people are coming and going constantly. And that's what I said to my boss's boss. You know, when the first instances of COVID happened and everyone was like, oh, we need hand sanitizer. Oh, it's really contagious. Oh, it's the worst flu we've seen in years. I said to my manager's manager, I was like, my dad has respiratory issues. So, and I have to go through, you know, Gatwick Airport on the train every day. So the chances of me being exposed to it are quite high. Is it okay if I work from home until things calm down? And he was like, yeah, sure. Why not? And I sort of walked from home with it. But then like 5 days after I started working from home, it was fucking lockdown. It was on the TV. They said everybody has to stay home. Otherwise shit's going to hit the fan. And then they had a fucking party anyway. The government. Deary me. And you've got people being interviewed saying they couldn't have a funeral for their loved ones because they weren't allowed to go outside because of lockdown. And they pick up the newspaper and see photographs of the fucking politicians drinking champagne.
The tenement acted as a defensive wall.
I'm surprised that didn't result in riots.
Until it was destroyed.
I thought that was going to be the fucking match. I thought that was going to be the match to the tinderbox. I thought that was going to fucking set it off because, yeah, when those pictures dropped, the photographs of the fucking delivery people delivering cases of champagne to number 10 and to the Houses of Parliament, I was like, fuck me, man. I think there's going to be unrest. You know, at the very least, there'll be some some significant degree of civil unrest. But no. But yeah, they were fucking, you know, having champagne and catering and fucking nobody was wearing a mask. And it was like, fucking hell, man. You guys are pushing it. You guys are fucking pushing it.
The waves of the Martinez Inlet rolled over the fallen remains of the building.
Whole generation destroyed the world. For us, it said it was said for hundreds of years. Jonah Jameson, the best newspaper tycoon. I don't know if there is a good newspaper tycoon. They all seem to have some sort of bias. Looked into it further, authorities attempted to maintain control and order. However, there were times where authorities may have been overwhelmed, and so the bodies were carted and disposed of less carefully. Yeah, because, I mean, the illustration I saw was a pile of corpses in a ditch and some men slinging another corpse in, and they were wearing, like, the plague outfits. And I was like, but as you say, some of them, maybe before it got too bad, they were carefully, you know, laying the dead to rest. They were just mass graves, but either way, fucking brutal period of history. Fucking party game.
Was thrown into the ocean.
Imagine having lockdowns. Well, imagine having our population, because the thing is, people are like, oh, we don't need to have a lockdown. The UK didn't need to have a lockdown. We didn't have one. It's like, yeah, but you don't understand. The population density in London is fucking insane. And many parts of the country are very densely populated compared to other parts of the world. You know, we're never more than, like, you know, for the most part, we're never more than a few meters away from another person. Whereas in other parts of the world, you're almost never within 15, 20 meters of another person because there's so much space, because of population density. But we refuse to build on green land. We leave it alone because of this. We want to keep it as nice as possible here. But yeah, it means we all have to live on top of each other.
Those arches acted as support for something greater than what you see now.
I've seen that illustration too. I've seen that illustration, except Russia. Russia is more dense and a lot of their land is unused. Yeah, well, it's because it's only inhospitable, right? Like, there's lots of parts of Russia which is just, it's so fucking cold. Everyone has to live together, kind of almost subconsciously, to pull heat. Like, you heat a block of flats and, like, everybody benefits from that block of flats being sort of residually heated. Whereas if you all had separate houses, it would cost a fortune to fucking stave off the fucking Russian winter. It's like minus 30 degrees or something. I don't know how they do it in Canada, to be honest, but yeah. Very few countries didn't have a lockdown, was like 3. Yeah, lots of other countries did. Lots of very densely populated countries did. I have a certificate. I have a certification how to dig mass graves. Put that on the CV. 30 isn't that bad. 40 to 50 is worse than Russia is. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I don't know which. I don't know where it gets colder more often, Russia or Canada, because they both seem to be, depending on the map you look at, they seem to be on the same band from the equator.
Was never rebuilt.
Oh shit! Oh. Just for the record, my city is actually more densely populated than London, but it's also a fraction of the size and extremely weird for a US city. Interesting. It's more densely populated than London. It must be pretty fucking densely populated. The chair's new. Someone lives back there. Okay. Russia is very much colder than Canada. Omyakon in Russia has minus 67.7 Celsius. Jesus Christ. Minus 67, almost minus 68. Oof.
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's
Somerville MA is 19 square kilometers, so 19,000 square miles. Sorry. Talking about spaces, I saw K and I thought kilometers. 19,000 square miles. London is about 14k square miles. It's more it's interesting. 19,000 people per square mile. Oh, 19,000 per square. Okay, sorry. Excuse me. So yeah, so it's 5,000 more people per square kilometer. Per square mile. Fucking wake up, brain. Fucking read the words that are on the screen, breadcrumb. I'm sorry. Fucking so bad at the moment. Excuse me. only about 90,000 of us and about 9 million Londoners. Yeah. So do you guys all live in one apartment complex or something? Is that how it is? Is there one like 9,000 fucking, are there like a handful of like 9,000 apartment complexes and that's it?
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
I'm gonna go take a piss in your bedroom. How's that? Hong Kong has like 130,000 people per square kilometer. Oh, fuck me. That is fucking ridiculous. 130,000 per square kilometer. Just fucking living on top of each other, man. It's too much. It's too much. Old city settled in the late 1640s. Many of the houses are on lots the size of postage stamps, and the streets are almost very narrow. Yeah, oh yeah. Is there like is there a historic reason why the city was built like? Because, forgive my ignorance, but like American cities are usually very sparsely laid out because of the amount of space you guys have. It's interesting to hear that there's a very densely populated city. Because you guys have always kind of had the ability to build outwards, even though you do build up as well. But in London, you can only build upwards or downwards, but upwards is cheaper, obviously, because, yeah, before you can build down, you've got to dig a giant hole. Just adds an entire layer of complexity to things, especially when there's fucking plague pits everywhere.
You hear someone walking around a poor communard from... You hear a poor...
Do you have a...
Let's go.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason.
Kowloon at Wall City had 50k people in 6.5 acres. And the thing is, it's like you read about how like densely populated cities and stuff, how disease travels like worryingly fast. Like one person has a cold or a flu or whatever, and then before you know it, like 80% of the population is infected. It's like, fuck me. Like literally no chill. Boston, Cambridge, Somerville were built on a series of peninsulas, and the islands in Boston Harbour between rivers stretching inland, which constrained how things could grow. Ah, so there were rivers at one point that have now dried up, I presume. So you were limited in space, but you've never built on the land afterwards. Okay, interesting. Interesting. No, the rivers are still there, but we have bridges now. Ah, okay. I suppose it makes sense. Back Bay section of Boston is all landfill. Okay.
Slit my throat in my sleep.
Excuse me.
Apparently, she doesn't like people standing behind her back.
Give some Warhammer 40k fans Kriegsman uniforms and trench digging tools and tell them to dig for the Emperor of Mankind. Cheap, easy labour. Yeah. Excuse me. River and Fifth Avenue, which you can see if you climb down deep enough, I believe, otherwise you can't see it. So, yeah, I mean, if you ever go to London, there'll be train stations and there'll be these big boxy kind of like channels that like run across the station, like above you. There'll be like a big sort of Victorian ironwork, sort of boxy, panels that are like a recessed kind of with edges that bolt together. It's hard to explain. Victorian ironwork is you'll know what I mean when you see it. But there's rivers in there. The river goes into like this thing and goes across the train station and then comes out somewhere else. They sort of boxed in the rivers to keep them in place.
Logic.
It's kind of hilarious, but yeah.
She's not sleeping right now.
All hand wrought. The Fleet is one of them. Is there one on Fleet Street?
Trying to snuff me out.
River Fleet is one of London's largest subterranean rivers. Yeah, so you'll see them here like this, like big old boxy kind of weird Like it looks like a walkway, but it isn't. But yeah, they sort of go across train stations, and there's a river in there, but like they're sort of like panelled with these sort of like very old school, like old Victorian like ironwork kind of things. And yeah, Sloane Square's got one. And yeah, they go through the train station, and like I say, it looks like it looks like it would be a walkway, but it's not. It's for a river, which is hilarious. Trying to explain to people that yeah, we created pipes for our rivers to go through, so the rivers can carry on going where they're going, because that's important, of course. AI cats better than real cats for sure. Let the cats rest. The fuck. Yeah, it's just another one of the quirks of London is that we've modernised like crazy, but there's still some very old-fashioned stuff floating about. Tramway, subway tunnels abandoned too. Trams. I mean, Croydon's got a tram system that I've used a couple of times, and there might be some tram systems elsewhere. But I mean, trams make a lot of sense. It's like a bus when it needs to be a bus, and a train when it needs to be a train. Obviously, because it's on rails, you can get a lot more people on it safely. It's a lot more secure, a lot more controllable and stuff. But there's also, I don't know if they're in America or maybe it's Australia, but there's something on the bus that's like a swing arm underneath the driver that's got like wheels either side of it that control the front wheels. And then there's like a tram line that the tires of the bus fit into, and there's something that guides so the driver just drives onto it and then just puts their foot down to the right speed or has cruise control, and the bus is just kind of driving itself down these channels, right? But the channels aren't right for a car, so you can't drive. You couldn't really safely drive down there in a car. But yeah, the bus can then use this like certain route to get to other parts of the town quicker. However, there is also like bus bridges where they build a raised road above the city just for buses, but normal people just drive them to get away from traffic, and they just run the risk of getting caught. But you know, people will always chance it.
Then why are you sneaking up on me like that? It's not a good idea to scare me, kid.
Kingsway Tramway
Not a good
Subway.
idea
That's
at
the
all.
abandoned one. Many are used for cars now in London. Yeah, a lot of them will be converted. If anything's abandoned for too long, it becomes a block of flats or a car park. It's just how London is. Those developers, those pesky developers. Although there are like huge, great big buildings that are derelict that have been signed off, they've been purchased, and they've had planning permission agreed to turn them into blocks of flats. But the land that they sit on goes up in value so much that it's actually an investment strategy just to sit on them, which obviously chokes the amount of space we have to build new homes. So I'm hoping the government puts a stop to that, because yeah, you've got developers that buy a derelict building for $6 million with the promise of spending $15 million converting it into 27 flats that are going to sell for like £600,000 each. So the return on investment is like, in the hundreds of millions, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, they'll just buy it, and then they'll realize actually if they just fucking sit on it and don't do anything with it over the course of 10, 15, 20 years, the land has like doubled in price. It's now worth so much more, especially if you've got planning permission agreed. It's then a project. Rather than actually doing the project, you could sell the project to someone else for slightly less than the end result. You get your money much quicker, right? So, yeah, it do be kind of fucked. The way things appreciate in value has led to people doing things which are bad for the housing crisis. Netherlands has elevators for boats, which are very cool. Yeah, I mean, we have. I mean, we have. England has lots of canals, and you have what's called a canal boat, which is like quite a narrow for a boat. It's quite narrow, but it's very long, and they're called longboats. And they have locks where it's long enough for a longboat to fit in, and the river will like. So you sort of go in at one level, close the lock, and then you flood it to get it up to the next level, and then you move on, and then you sort of do the opposite. And yeah, it works. And there are people that live on longboats. They don't have a house. They just travel around the world, around the country on longboats. They can go wherever they want, really. Not for me, you know. I need a hardwired internet connection, to be honest. But you know,
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you. It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
Oh, come on, man. I just said welcome to Revachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
I haven't learned anything I didn't know before.
They look very cool, but so expensive. What, longboats? They probably are reasonably expensive. Probably cheaper than a house, but still expensive, right? Canal boats today are a bit like motorhomes, RVs, caravans on water. Yeah, very similar idea. It's like a mobile abode, is that what I think it falls under? It's the same as a Winnebago, like a big, like, sleeping quarters, kind of like a giant, great big, enormous, like, you know, 2-bed house on wheels, basically. I think they're called Winnebagos. Because there's Winnebago, and there's also the thing that resurfaces the ice. Is that Zamboni? Is it called a Zamboni? Winnebago is a brand of caravan. Okay, so that's the brand. Zamboni, that's the one, yeah. Because there's different, because you guys call it like a sedan or a coupe or whatever, and it's a different word compared to what we use in England. So like a two-door, or, you know, we would call them something else. But it's interesting to learn the different kinds of names for things, for vehicles. But yeah, so Winnebago is a brand, but is it a brand that's like kind of synonymous with that thing, so they get called a Winnebago? Maybe that's why I've heard it. Airstream looks, is Airstream another brand of caravan? But yeah, like Kleenex for tissues. Yes, yeah, it's one of those ubiquitous terms. Okay, Airstream is another brand. I see. Because not too long ago, I watched Nomadland, and that has some of the best environmental storytelling in a film I think I've ever seen. Like, you cannot help but feel what it's like to be there. Like, the environment, and there isn't an awful. The dialogue is good, and the cinematography is kind of like really raw and sort of, you know, unforgiving at times, and it's got loads of other qualities as well. But I remember just the sheer atmosphere that film has. The environmental storytelling was so strong. I was like, damn, that is a very, very powerful film about being on the road. But yeah, they're obviously living in sort of like mobile homes and stuff. Old silver body ones that have a vintage look. The sort of aerodynamic ones that you pull behind, the aerodynamic kind of trailer type. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. The ones that actors have at the back of the acting studio lot, or whatever you call it. I'm not gonna lie, the van life, if I could have like a desk where I could work and play games and stream to you guys, that I could fold away and have a bed. Yeah, because I'm never going to own a house, so I shouldn't. I'm not like living in this flat saving up for a house, because, you know, it's never going to happen. If I could have a van where I could go and travel and live places but obviously I've got to think about Artie. I've got to think about how he's going to survive. I don't think he'd be too happy being cooped up in a van all the time. And obviously, if I let him out somewhere completely random, it's dangerous for him. So,
Whatever you say, officers.
Old silver body ones, very vintage look. Follow a Swedish streamer who streams from his van. Yeah, people do. You can do it if you've got nothing else attached to you.
He smells of heavy motor
yeah,
oils.
not
and his
I
breath
couldn't. Yeah, if I
of
if I
high-tar
didn't have
content
RT and I
cigarettes,
wasn't as attached to this place, it would be something I'd think about. But I've lived here since 2012. I'm pretty comfy here. It's not perfect, but nowhere is, you know. But perception, smell. He smells of heavy motor oils in his breath. High tar content cigarettes, probably Astra Whites.
Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. I haven't seen anything that funny in a while.
Get mobile home truck things. Yeah, like I don't want to drive a big cumbersome, because I know I've met people that live in like a truck, like a moving truck, like a 7-foot cab on the back, and then like a lorry at the front, and they've got like a basic sort of like living quarters set up in the back of a truck, and it's a bit more spacious. You can stand upright and everything, and maybe it's a bit easier, a bit more comfortable. Obviously, you've got to learn how to drive a truck. But yeah, I think I would miss creature comforts. I think I'm a bit of a pussy. I mean, if I was in my 20s. Yeah, but I'm 40 now. I'm kind of settled down here, you know. And that's just how it is. But, you know, it's funny how life is. You say something like that, and then maybe 5 years down the line, I'll be looking at a house somewhere, but I doubt it.
No, it's not mine.
If I'm looking for anything, it's going to be in fucking Spain or maybe France.
He doesn't live in Martinez.
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races.
Sweden, a bus converted into an RV you can drive with on a car license too. I've seen people convert school buses because they've obviously got quite a lot of space once you take all the seats out. But yeah, actual homes were built into the truck container, can be deployed, if I remember correctly. Move to the continent, no, only New Jersey. So you can only drive that sort of thing in New Jersey.
Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep. I'm not the only one. Look, I've read books. The science of racial theory has all been proved, even if some people don't want to accept it. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that.
Please understand, I'm only choosing these dialogue options for the trophy. I need to be terrible this playthrough, so...
different lately? An unfortunate downturn, maybe? Huh? When members of the superior race cease to be...
Don't have school buses, just buses, yeah. Can we throat punch this trucker? Yeah, I normally I try and insult him and sort of, you know, I don't speak to him, but for this trophy, we haven't done like a racist playthrough. And for obvious reasons, I haven't done that, but yeah, it is a trophy. And what's interesting is like lots of other games have had trophies that are difficult because of the challenge they pose as a gameplay challenge, but this is difficult morally. Like I'm morally uncomfortable choosing racist dialogue options, especially when my supporting agent, my sort of, you know, partner in crime, not crime, my partner, police partner is a minority that's obviously been oppressed by racism. But yeah, for the trophy, you know, good old challenge for crumbs. Yeah, it's morally difficult. It's not physically or like, you know, computationally or, you know, dexterity difficult. It's just morally difficult having to fucking swallow my pride and choose some of these fucking awful dialogue options for the trophy. But what else is awful? Apologies. So we do have an ad break coming up in about 18 seconds. So I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. I'll be right back. But yeah, I'm going to have to choose some pretty gross dialogue options for this playthrough. But as long as I say that out loud so people know I'm only doing it for the trophies and stuff. And just to see what dialogue we get and see if anything else changes. But obviously I don't agree with it. I'm staunchly anti-racist, of course. But yes, I'll be right back and then we'll carry on. And people that help move stuff and they pick up like one tiny thing at a time, it's like, come on, man, put your back into it, pick up several things at once. We don't have all day. Come on. Come on! Let's go! Okay, you've got to take its legs out.
Careful, Verso. Let you flow.
Absolute fucking meme, dudes. Oh, that may have overlapped a little bit. I do apologise. Right, run and there. Oh no, I've got a health! I can't make that jump because I've got no health. Excuse me. Yes, here is the baby boy. That held it short. Look, they recognise you. Hey? Go on, off you go. Go cause havoc over there. Excuse me, what's this? What's this? Hey? What's this? Okay, do you know what? Yeah, okay. So hang on a second, because yeah, this boss feels like unbelievably obtuse and difficult to try and fight normally. So let me see what the parry's like. Fuck you, game. Oh no. No, that is bad. That is bad.
Sam, your cargo has suffered catastrophic damage. You
Whoops.
can't complete the order.
Whoops. Thank you, Krill. Can we not attach this one? Ow! That's what I get for fucking around. Fuck around and you find out, chat. Game, are you broken? Yeah, see, I was pretty sure there was an enemy there, but the auto aim just snapped on, so I knew he was there. Yeah, it does. Fucking hell, the auto aim is so strong. I thought there was someone there and it fucking snapped on like a good 20 degrees. Fucking hell.
This was kind of you, mister. Please, take this as my way of thanking you. Appreciate it. What a lousy day.
Oh. Excuse me. Fuck off! Fuck off! Oh, fuck you! Fuck you! You cheap fucking bastard! You cheap fucking bastard. Oh my god. Oh, do we have to attach these balls together? Do we have to make a pair of fucking testicles, chat? Do we have to make a pair of fucking testicles? I am not kidding. Is that the solution? As always, the answer is bollocks. Oh no, there's another one. What? We're going to have to make a third bollock. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no, my balls won't fit. My balls won't fit. Okay, it's fine. If you put your balls sideways, they fit. You can get pods that you reuse, because excuse me. Dude, in that Red Dead playthrough, I was not very well. Like all of the clips from my Red Dead 2 playthrough, there was a week or two where I was just not well, and it's a strange feeling. Like even when I'm unwell and I'm not going to be my best, I would regret not streaming. But I know it doesn't look great. But I would sit here like unwell, like wanting to play video games and wanting to hang out with you guys. So I kind of always just go live. But yeah, I was not very alive during that stream, to be honest. And I apologize. Post haste in the future. Where? Why are you mentioning Bud Light when you're talking about whiskey? What's going on here? What are we doing? What's going on? Getting back up yet, Krill? Stacking back up. Catch you in a bit, Krill. Enjoy the shower. Only by 4 spots, I'll catch you up a bit. I have a system. Thought I could smell something stinky. It's mathematical. Started to sweat because your presence and face made my adrenaline go up. So you're going to flirt at least. Buy me some whiskey first. American whiskey, so you were disgusted and put some Sumstrumming in it. Isn't that really smelly fish? Gamble 10k every stream you join and enter the gamble, because every gamble is 5k. So you should be at least 2 wins per stream, because it's bad at circa every 45 minutes-ish. Or raffle, I mean, I see. So you've worked out the numbers and you're gaming the system. Okay. Future breadcrumbs, make a mental note. Ban Krill from the raffles. They figured out the numbers. Statistics are on your side. You will taste shit. What game is that? I'm not too sure what game was coming up on the clip, sorry. Much rather place my bollocks on a sanding belt. When you mentioned Bud Light when you're talking about whiskey, it's like veering from talking about Talisker to talking about Newcastle Brown Ale. Yeah, they're completely different drinks. Although Newcastle Brown Ale has a similar kind of colour to some whiskies. Some of the more darker stuff, but it's not supposed to be nice, because you know what that game was. It depends. Yeah, it depends. What happened during the clip? I might be able to remember. It's unlikely because I make a lot of clips, but I might be able to remember. One with the. Oh, sorry, it just jumped on me. Also, welcome back. Bud Miller calls a piss. They're a really good small brew. Yeah, I mean, America's got loads of IPAs. If you're into that sort of thing, then yeah. One with like the nothingness. I think it was Viewfinder, but I'm not sure what that was. Viewfinder. White with the black lines across it. Oh, that might have been the beginner's guide. Also, welcome back. And don't force yourself to stream. Don't be mean to crumbs. Nah, like I have to stream. I get really fucking like upset if I don't stream. 10-year-old fermented herring, 115 degrees. Ugh. Rig the raffle so cruel. Can't form a gambling addiction. Can't maybe not see the city. Yeah, you just like you're like Rain Man with the numbers. Cambridge Brewing Company Scotch Ale. A Scotch Ale? Was it the balls clip? One of the ones where we discussed Crumbs' balls. It's like a wave of nothingness, like a sea. Thank you for the hydrate. Lots of stouts and porters. I'm a porter person myself. I like beer. You have to. Yeah, I like beer. You have to chew. Yeah, beer that you have to chew before you swallow. Yeah, I mean, it might have been the beginner's guide. Oh. This one. It's kind of like a maze. Nothing like a bit of strings building to cut to black. Perfect way to fucking put it. Perfect way to put it. Nobody is streaming it right now. But yeah, the beginner's guide was one of the most charmingly self-aware video game experiences I've played. It's this confession of a game dev or an indie game dev, somebody that wants to make games. And yeah, they literally spill their heart out throughout the narration of that game, and you play through some levels that they made and some levels that they got from other places as well, and they talk about the significance of them, and it's genuinely a really emotionally charged kind of significantly sort of raw, honest look inside somebody's brain and personality. I highly recommend it. It is really, really interesting that somebody chose to make a game out of all the bits and pieces they've put together along with some other stuff, and then just narrate it in a way that sort of allows you to really get a grip of who that person is. And at the end, it kind of just cuts to black, and it's like, damn, that was somebody's kind of, somebody needed to get that out. And rather than going to therapy like they should have done, they made a video game and just got it out by making a video game about it. And yeah, it's got some very interesting kind of fourth wall breaky kind of stuff. It winks at the camera a little bit every now and again, which I like. But yeah, really interesting as an experience. Have IPA, but yeah, I mean, we have lots of IPAs here in the UK, especially in London. But I don't know. For me, when I used to drink beer, and I drink a non-alcoholic beer now, but for me, beer was one of those things that's like supposed to be simple. It's supposed to be plain and down to earth and just simple, you know, like just cheap and cheerful, simple, down to earth, just nice and crisp, and that's it. But yeah, obviously people get bored of drinking it. They want something with a bit more flavour and a bit more sort of body or whatever. But it's the way in England they harp on about it like fucking wine or whiskey, and it's like, guys, it is just a fucking ale. You know, it's not that complex, but you know, they want to make it that complex because it makes them sound intelligent or whatever. They don't want to be classed as a lager lout that just drinks beer. They want to be sort of, you know, a special indie kind of cool. Like, I drink real beer because, you know, I've got taste, and it's like, okay, buddy, whatever, you know, I'm just going to keep drinking my fucking Sol or fucking, you know, Budweiser or whatever, you know, whatever's there, whatever's cheapest, I don't give a fuck, you know, it's beer. American style IPAs have been the in drink a while in the US. It's finally changing, so not everything tastes like soap. Yeah, it's just, I think I've always found them a very overly hoppy, and kind of the flavor is very, very sort of desperate and aggressive with how it presents itself. And I've always preferred sort of a more subtle flavor when it comes to sort of beers and stuff. If I want something to announce its presence, I'll just drink a scotch, because a scotch, that thing kicks you in the mouth, you know, and that's what it's supposed to do. But as you continue to drink it, you begin to sort of taste a bit more. Whereas when I drink an IPA, I'm like, damn, that's quite a mixture of flavors, and I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of it. And then after I get this weird dryness in my throat. I'm like, I'm not really enjoying consuming this. It's not refreshing me. It's making me piss like a fucking racehorse. Don't really like the flavor of it. It's not very carbonated. Sometimes they serve it room temperature, and I'm like, well, what am I fucking drinking this for? I want something cool and crisp and refreshing, even though that's going to make me piss a lot as well. But yeah, that's what a beer is to me. It's like a nice, cool, refreshing drink. But I wonder if it's on PS5. It might be. I would look it up. I can't remember it, but I think I played it on PC. This time of year, I had a good Hefeweizen on a hot day. Aeronaut, my local brewery, makes a nice Hefeweizen. Okay. Aeronaut has an Airpro restaurant inside it. So there's a restaurant that serves all the drinks, I presume. Damn, it's hot indeed. Yeah, it's cooled down a little bit in the UK, but it's still 22, 23. So there's, I mean, obviously I've still got sun, but I mean, the fucking lights are doing an absolute service. But yeah, I'm definitely picking up a bit of a tan. Definitely picking up a bit of a tan. But it's the camera guys. Yeah, camera. Committee for something about real. Yeah, I don't even know what it stands for, but yeah, there's like a little badge they put on the fucking tap. It's like, this is a camera approved ale, and it's like, yeah, don't get me wrong, like, I think people should be able to enjoy things, but there's a pretension to it, right? There's this kind of like air of arrogance and pretentiousness about how like they have to drink something special, they have to drink something special. And don't get me wrong, I'm kind of particular about coffee, but at the same time, I'll just go and get a cup of coffee. Like, it is what it is, right? I like to make a nice cup of coffee at home. Thank you for the bonk, Tiger. I like to make a nice cup of coffee at home, but I don't expect that everywhere else. I'm not like some snob about it, because I think there's the snobbery. And it's the thing about the ale snobbery and the coffee snobbery and the golf snobbery and a bunch of other kinds of snobbery. Why is snobbery almost always white guys? It's almost always to do with a hobby or a food or something that is predominantly white guys. The snobbery, the pretentious kind of like, oh, I'm not like other guys. It's almost always white guys. The insufferably pretentious, arrogant guy who can't drink a normal beer, who has to have a certain kind of coffee, who spends $9 grand on a set of golf clubs and won't shut the fuck up about it. The snobbery is almost always white guys. Why is that? Like that, and this is why I try to avoid it. This is why I like plain beer. I use secondhand golf clubs, and I make good coffee at home. But when I'm out and about, a coffee's a coffee. If it's a bit of caffeine and it's warm, and if it doesn't taste that great, I'll just chuck a sugar in there. Who cares? But why is there so much snobbery when it comes to something that white guys are all into? Why is that? I've never understood it. This is why I try to avoid it. Don't forget about authenticity, which is when white people are snobs about other cultures' food. Yeah. Being all pretentious about the right way to make Mexican food, and I'm like, dude, is this not called appropriation? Like, if you were Mexican and you were telling me that I should only use these kind of tortilla and these kind of, this is how you make a proper salsa, and you shouldn't use this, you should use this. I know this is harder to find, but this is the traditional recipe that you should make, because the alchemy and the chemicals and the salt and the olive oil and everything else, or not olive oil, but whatever, that's what makes that what it is. If you take that away, it's not. It just looks like it on the picture and the restaurant. It's not actually the right thing. And yeah, people like, Indonesian people and Japanese people, like, this is how you wash rice, because you should wash rice if you want to make good sushi. I'm like, okay, cool. I respect it. But yeah, every now and again, you see some white guy talking about the proper way to do something. It's like, motherfucker, you learned that from someone else. Don't act superior to me. You got taught that by somebody else yourself. Like, you didn't know that. Like, shut the fuck up. This is not your culture. Stop getting offended about somebody else's culture. Like, fuck's sake, man. Arapas of Venezuela's answer to tacos. They're delicious. Yeah, well, I mean, tacos and beer, it's a fucking good combination. I'm pretty sure they're fully booked a lot of the time, I presume. Especially because you guys are all cramped in like that. There isn't anywhere to go, I suppose. But yeah. PS Store, nothing can. Really? Oh, that's a shame. See if you can, I don't know if you've got a PC you could play it on. It's not super demanding as a game. So British that thank you for the bonk tiger made me smile. Yeah, thank you for the bonk tiger. Don't forget about authenticity. For me, I just have to add flavor syrup to my coffee, because I don't know, but if I drink a coffee without it, it angers my stomach. Coffee flavored things, I'm fine, but coffee itself, no. Strange. Having grown up on the US-Mexico border, I have a lot of experience with Mexican cuisine. For most of it, it's made by someone's mum after she's been working all day. It's not fancy. This is the thing, RSY. It's like a lot of like British food, where trendy restaurants try to gentrify British, cuisine. And they're sort of like, we're going to do like a steak and ale pie, and it's going to come with a blah, blah, blah glaze and blah, blah. And it's like, you understand a pie is a very simple dish that you make and just chuck in the oven with offcuts of meat and vegetables and gravy. It's not supposed to be this. This is not actually what it's supposed to be. And like a lot of French cuisine, a lot of very fine dining started off as French peasantry. Food, that was made by the French peasantry, because they found a way to take something that was kind of shit and make it into something good, because they were good at cooking. culturally, because they had to be, because they had to be creative, because they didn't have any fucking money to buy food. So lots of French peasant food has become some of the highest level sort of, you know, culinary kind of expense out there is French food that, you know, is food that originally, you know, originated in French peasantry, which is fucking crazy. But yeah, like whenever I see like I mean, I went to a pub once and they gave me a I mean, the thing is, the spectacle of it was pretty impressive, but it was a deconstructed ploughman's, right? So a ploughman's is a particular lunch that a ploughman would eat, because the certain things that were in season would make up what they had. So the bread and what you put in the ploughman's and the apple and everything else. And yeah, a ploughman's lunch comes with these things, but they'd separated everything out. They'd given me the bread, the cheese, and the pickle, and the apple, and the Scotch egg. It was all spread out separately on a big cricket bat style board. It was quite the presentation, but obviously it was a little bit pretentious. But yeah, it was kind of interesting. But it wasn't massively overpriced because I got it in a local pub. And it was quite a spectacle to behold. Somebody was like, "You should get a ploughman's. It's really fucking good here. You'll like it. You should get a ploughman's." I was like, "Fuck it, I'll get a ploughman's." And yeah, it was it was pretty interesting. But yeah, if you were to get that in London, it'd be like 46 quid for a fucking sandwich that hasn't even been put together, you know? Sorry. My nose is itching like crazy at the moment. I apologize. I think I've been sunburned, and that's obviously making all the skin kind of peel off. On top of the fact this medication is obviously meaning that I'm not producing as much phlegm. So my nose is finally able to breathe, which is obviously having an effect. But yeah, excuse me, being a bit gross. Once saw a steak and kidney pie at some posh restaurant and mentioned veal demi in the description. And I just laughed and like, yeah, it's just fucking hell. Plus veal's fucking, you know, it's like, because you got foie gras, which is like the liver of a duck that's been force-fed like bread or cream or something its entire life, and it's never allowed to do any exercise, and they kill it and just take the liver to make a pate, and that's it. The whole animal is useless because it's never done any real exercise. I'm like, that's fucked. I'm not going to fucking eat that. I can get fucked. And yeah, veal. Veal is just like a baby fucking... Is veal baby deer? It's like unmatured deer. It's like a young deer or something. But yeah, I won't eat that either. I try to avoid eating that as well. Deconstructed sandwich, right? I remember that. Yeah, that was another clip as well. Veal demi is just a reduction of meat drippings. It's like listing salt on the menu. Yeah. Great name for a punk band. Welcome back. Crumbs remind me not to get more kids. Yeah, well... thing about veal demi is it's kind of bland. Veal is mostly about tenderness, not taste. It's true. Veal demi is a vaguely beef-flavoured water. Yeah. Veal is calf. Yeah. It's been kept penned so it can't move much. We keep... Yeah, that's fucking... Because the thing is, the other kind of tender meat is the fucking cows that they raise on beer and they massage them every day. But these cows drink beer and get massaged every day, so their meat is nice. So that's the way to do it. That's how you get tender beef. You don't fucking cage a fucking cow and just not let it exercise. Yeah, sign me up. Yeah, I'll fucking reincarnation. I'll come back as one of them, you know? I'll come back as one of them. Chat, if you were going to come back, reincarnation, if it was real, if you were going to come back as an animal, what would you come back as? That's obviously taken. What else would you come back as? Cat would be a good one. It depends on the owner. Depends a lot on the owner.
The problem? The damn kips are showing a real good game lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other
moose meat.
Species too.
Falcon if Stabby or Curefits was a rat.
Cultural victory.
Come back as a pussy tiger. Come back as a tiger, yeah? Yeah.
Cultural victory? What is this then?
It's what the kips of Boogie Street are going for. Right.
Not posh enough to be a cat.
And the
maybe a dog?
On the radio.
Whatever eats falcons. Falcon scares.
Heard any mojitos or leader? No. Dominating culture is how they plan to win.
Dominating culture.
It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new subrace. with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's why you've got to control the offspring.
But motherfucker, like, if you think every other race is inferior to yours, how could they breed together and then create something superior to you? So it's just, this racist logic is so flawed. I'm only choosing it for the trophies, chat. Please don't get it twisted, but yeah.
Good. If we, the evening people, pull together, we can form a bulwark against these troubled times. Root out the forces that seek to undermine the well-being of our people.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi's stern expression remains unchanged, but you sense he can't be happy about this turn of events.
Oh, I really don't like upsetting Kim, dudes, but yeah.
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation. The strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month, 2 months maybe. But this here is just the last week or so.
Maybe a border collie. The grey one. Oh yeah, you know, this is it. Look at this fucking buck-toothed, fucking lug-nut-eared, fucking giant-nosed, tiny cranium. Because Measurehead, you know, like, I don't agree with racism and racial profiling, but Measurehead being this fucking enormous muscular specimen of a man, you can see why he thinks he's superior, because physically he is giant and muscular and everything that masculinity tries to embody, right? So you can see why he would be deluded into thinking why he's superior over other people or other races. But this guy, when you meet these fucking overweight, white, fucking racists that are like, look at you, you're a fucking mess. Like, you're not superior in any way. How could you look at your, like, overweight, beer belly, bloated nose, fucking, like, the alcoholism? Like, how could you look at your fucking body and think you're superior to, like, a black guy who's fucking running a marathon or fucking competing in some sport? How could you think you're physically superior to that? I'm sorry, you're delusional. Like, when you look at a race of people that's clearly more physically capable than us, and you still think you're fucking superior, it's just like, it's not about who's superior, because we're all human beings at the end of the day, but it's just delusional. You see these fucking, like, washed up gammons with hardly any fucking teeth who are like, well, we're clearly superior to other races. Are you fucking serious? You look like a fucking creature out of a horror game. Like, you don't look like a real person. You look like a fucking caricature of a failed human being, is what you look like. And you're saying you're superior to Muslims and superior to black people. You're out of your fucking brains, mate. Shut the fuck up.
Apples.
Like,
yeah, apples. I take it you had other questions?
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest, you were bested.
Oh, Kim wants to talk to us.
When you said before that you were down with racism, was it meant in earnest, or were you just trying to win his confidence? So you don't find his views, say, unbefitting of a police officer?
Okay. Feels like this is going to be a discussion now.
And what point would that be?
Wait a second. Are you sure you want to go there? Even if you succeed, you're going to fail. Are you sure about that? Here we go. Zoom in on
Thank fuck I failed that.
It's the best one.
I'm going to start this conversation. This is Martinez. People have certain attitudes here. You will find plenty of citizens to agree with you. As for me, I've had this conversation enough times in my life. From now on, I'm going to stay out of it. How you choose to respond is your business. Now, let's get back to the task at hand.
Oh, chat, I don't like it. I don't like making Kim upset. I don't like it, chat. This is fucking gross. Fucking trophy, man. I'm sorry,
Lorry
chat.
stuck in the traffic jam.
Sorry,
This
but yeah.
big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine.
Whatever eats falcons. Chucky ain't an animal, you muppet. Chucky, yeah, Chucky's that horrible doll thing from, is it Child's Play? Yeah, that thing creeped the fuck out of me. That really creeped me out. Child's Play and Jaws both sat with me pretty heavily. Child's Play made me kind of fearful there was always a doll trying to kill me in the room, and whenever I was in water, I always felt like there was a shark behind me. Chucky is from Chucky. Is Chucky not the fucking murdering doll, the sort of the strangler that his soul gets put into a fucking happy play kids doll or something? Compartmentalized thing like American police officers, just without the trigger happy behavior. Chucky is from both. The doll, but it isn't the movie called Chucky. No, I think it's called Child's Play. Have a question. What's the question, Blood King? Spider-Man. Movies are called the movies are called Child's Play. Welcome in, Kira. Good to see you. How's it going? Yeah, I was pretty sure they were called Child's Play.
The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia. The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia.
Chucky is the TV show. Oh, there's a TV show. Okay.
And purity are glued to various panels.
Have you ever taken 2 medicine of the same dose at once? So I mean, it depends, because sometimes the dosage they like pills and stuff, they come as like 40 milligrams, but 40 milligrams will be sufficient for like women and children. But for men, you need a bit more because we're just generally a bit fatter. So I'm supposed to take. Well, I only take one. Did I? I don't think I took my fucking medicine at 5, did I? Whoops. Speaking of medicine, thank you for reminding me. Fucking hell. But it depends on the dosage, because if you've taken 2 doses of something, you definitely want to look at the material to see what it suggests. Supposed to take the second one at night. I see. I mean, that would depend on the medicine, so I would definitely seek the advice of a medical professional, which I am not, unfortunately. Because yeah, depending on your physical state and what your body is like, different medicines could have different effects. Because for me, if I take a double dose of a medicine, usually it's fine, but I might feel some ill effects. But depending on other sort of physical characteristics, it can sometimes result in some pretty nasty side effects. So yeah, I would definitely be in touch with a medical professional if possible. Bisperine. Yeah, I've never heard of that one. I'm not too sure what it actually does. Lurking, but my knowledge became helpful. Welcome. Thank you for lurking, Kira. I appreciate that. Hope you're well. I have heart medicine, and heart medicine is not. Yeah, exactly. Heart medicine, not a good idea. Aspirin and paracetamol and everything, maybe you'll be fine. You're concerned to live in the UK, dial 111. Medical non-emergency. Yeah, exactly. If you're in the USA, maybe try poison control, but doctor would be your best bet. Yeah, for sure. Sure. Because, I mean, Bisperine, which branch of medicines does it belong to? Is it Bisperine or Busperine? Oh, what? It's not helping. Is it this one, Busperine? So Buspar, among others, is an anaxoxylic medication primarily used to treat generalized anxiety. Use benzodiazepines. Benzodiazepine does not produce significant sedation, dependence, or withdrawal symptoms. Principal mechanism of action involves partial agonism and postsynaptic serotonin 5-HT1A receptors and full agonism in the presynaptic 5-HT autoreceptors, which initially reduces serotonin neuron firing. Over time, autoreceptor desensitization occurs. So you can desensitize your receptors for serotonin, which is obviously not good for your depression, if you get it, that is. Leading to increased serotonin, it leads to, leading to increased serotonin release and enhanced serotonin tone, may contribute to its kind of efficacy. Delayed onset action of 2 to 4 weeks also has weak antagonistic effects at dopamine D3, D2, and D4 receptors. So yeah, I mean, based on this, I would probably seek medical advice, because that seems to be a pretty complicated set of components, which obviously is going to be quite complicated. So I would definitely see if you can get in touch with a medical professional. I think it's fine if you do it one time. Honestly, doctors are your best bet. Yeah, it seems like it's a neuro affecting medicine. It's changing the way receptors are working in the brain, or in the body at least. So I would definitely seek medical professional help, because I can't say either way. But based on the description of what the medicine does and how it works, it's not like, oh, it's just going to make you have a bit more like I'm taking a stomach acid suppressant. So if I took too much of it, I might suppress my stomach acid too much and not feel hungry. But I also wouldn't digest any food, so I'd feel very tired, But medicine for anxiety and that sort of stuff, obviously if it's trying to manipulate or doctor the way that the brain is receiving signals or the chemicals that create signals, that's a bit more sort of, in depth and a bit more sort of specific. So I would probably suggest definitely speaking to a medical professional of some sort.
A large metal pendant hangs from the rear view mirror. The pendant features a sun crown with wavy rays. The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains. A book with ragged edges catches your notice. The front cover features a large, muscular man. The title reads, Man from Eamdal in the Lost City of the Pygmies.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy. Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
There he is, in front of Rita, smoking nervously, hoping it's over. An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods.
It's Encyclopedia, isn't it?
An old monument stands, even by the standards of the Philippian kings. Old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy.
Especially if there's another medicine. Yeah, if there's the thing is, as soon as you're taking other medicine as well, everything needs to be carefully balanced and worked out. And I can't. Even you couldn't do that. That's a doctor's job. Someone who's on 2 meds in the morning, always go to the doctors if you're concerned, or if you take the wrong thing, as meds can react. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I would definitely trying to get hold of a medical professional of some sort to ask about accidentally taking 2 doses of the medicine.
Of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola.
Massive cokehead.
Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. He called it the Sol Aurum. It was obscene, There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person. But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction. You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold.
Veldar, welcome in. How's it going?
He was also
blow through the national treasury, literally. Welcome in, Veldar. How's it going, dude? Good to see you. Welcome on in, Veldar. I hope you're well.
That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later. Right beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal
It's a Veldar, indeed. Lurking while I play Nintendo's most hated game with the girlfriend. I wonder what game that could be. What's Nintendo's most hated game?
The original was blown apart.
Because Nintendo fans are really loyal. I don't know if they hate any of the games, but...
of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was leveled. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the communards had more time, they would have reduced it up to even finer pieces. Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit. People in Martinez tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists. Those critics might have it wrong, though. There's more to it than just ironism, but you can't say what precisely. Perhaps this art mystery will be solved at a later time.
Got scared of Walgo, thought I was going to die. Don't you know about that? Thought so, yeah. Like, because the thing is, everyone was like, how could Power World rip off Pokemon? It's like, well, how could Pokemon rip off Dragon Quest? And nobody responds to that comment. Because, yeah, Pokemon ripped off a lot from Dragon Quest. And this is it. It's certain things have been ripped off so many times. It's like there's kind of no shame left in it.
Philip III, the Squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death.
So, Apocalypse Cop. Oh, Cop of the Apocalypse. Yeah, we're almost... Oh, have we... What pop-up just came up? Hang on.
Cop
okay, we did complete it. Okay.
It's not fire. It's not ash. There will...
A bad chest pain. I grabbed a Diet Dr. Pepper and burped, and it was a bad case of indigestion in my chest. I see.
War or pestilence that causes
heartburn is gross. I get it really bad sometimes.
Genre of cataclysm no man has dared to suspect would ever come to pass. You can only sense the shape of it, like a cavity, a pit opening up in your stomach, a throat into which the world will vanish. The streets, the grass, the stars, all will be rolled back. By whom, by what, and how?
I think even Dragon... Well, yeah, this is it.
Yeah. All you know is you're not joking around.
Because there's loads of there's loads of like mainstream Western films that clearly ripped off Eastern animation. Like loads of animes like Paprika and is it Deep Blue or Blue? I don't remember what it was called. There's several animes that had cinematography and or story beats that have been like ripped off by the Western audiences. And Vanilla Sky, which is a film I actually enjoyed quite a lot for a Tom Cruise film, Vanilla Sky is like it's like a reimagining of the original, which was I think Spanish or maybe French. And it's fucking crazy, like, because the rumor is that Tom Cruise made Vanilla Sky just because he wanted to cast not Salmon. Who does he? Because Cameron Diaz, but the other, because he ended up dating her afterwards. But yeah, the rumor is he only made that remake of that film because he wanted to cast her so he could work with her and then, you know, try and charm her. But yeah, certain foods give me back. Yeah, Penelope Cruz, that's the one. Penelope Cruz, yeah. Rumor has it that, yeah, they just did a remake of a film just so he could get Penelope Cruz into work in a film with him. Yeah, so this door doesn't become... This is what I failed on my first playthrough when I first played the game. I didn't know anything about it, is that this certain things only become interactable at certain points in the game. Even though realistically they should be interactable to begin with.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph in her
Old Clint Eastwood Western movies are rip-off. Well, so yeah, like a number of spaghetti westerns and western films in general, they have a significant amount of parallels or adjacencies, reflections, or similarities, I should say. Stop being pretentious because I was criticizing that earlier. A lot of Western films have a bunch of similarities with samurai films that predate them quite significantly. And when you start to line them up and to look at the components and how they're presented as the protagonist, as the lone gunman who doesn't have a master, is very Ronin-esque. And yeah, some of the cinematography and the fight scenes, and yeah, some of the sort of dialogue and the way that certain characters are sort of trying to get a measure of each other just by looking at each other. It's, they're sort of very apprehensive and everything. There's lots of similarities between samurai films and Western films. They are very similar, but they're obviously from very different cultures, but they kind of, maybe they borrow from each other, but they're also kind of referencing the same thing, that kind of inner desire for a man to be heroic and kind of isolated and, self-sufficient and, kind of, isolated. There's this weird sort of stoic isolation that men were in the 50s and 40s and 60s, I suppose, were very, very enamored with. Even though, it's pretty clear you get a lot of these guys are like, oh, they're so stoic and sort of manly and everything, but they need other people to notice. They need other people to notice how stoic they are. They're a man of few words, but they need people to notice how much of a man of few words they are. And it's like, dude, you don't understand the principle. A lion doesn't need to tell you it's a lion, like, be who you want to be and try and be the best version of you. But like, yeah, the way that they orchestrate ways for people to notice them, it's like, it just screams insecurity, and I get it, because we all get insecure about things, but yeah, it's the fact that they go on and on about how fucking manly and alpha they are, but they get fucking bent out of shape when people don't notice how manly they are. It's like, well, I'm sorry, dude, that's not how it works, It just isn't how it works. I can see why she's cute. Yeah, but I know it seems a bit fucking excessive. You could have just asked her out on a date, but when's the last time you ever heard someone beating EverQuest? When it was the last time you heard someone play EverQuest? When was the last time you heard someone playing EverQuest? Heat can cause indigestion. Oh yeah, heat can cause all kinds of effects on the body. Fistful of Dollars is just like Yojimbo. It came out 3 years before. The music though peaked. Yeah. Watched Escape from Alcatraz 3 nights ago. I thought Escape from Alcatraz 3. There's 3 of them, but you mean 3 nights ago, sorry. Great movies there, of course. It's crazy, but it's Tom. Most crazy actor. Yeah, he's a bit fucking nuts, isn't he? But yeah, a bit over the top, I suppose, if you're a celebrity and you've got all the money in the world to burn. But thank you for the bits. Morricone, yeah. Oh, mate, yeah, just fucking, just on the edge of your seat kind of stuff. It just builds and builds and builds and builds and builds, and the cinematography is just no dialogue, just shot after shot after shot, just establishing. There's just so many establishing shots back to back with music slowly building. Fucking absolute masterpiece, dudes.
Wait.
Harmonica slowly coming on, yeah, and the French horn or the trumpet. I don't know which one. I don't know what you would call it, but yeah.
She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone.
It's just, yeah, the music is just, it just builds and builds and builds. It's so good. I might have to rewatch them. I might have to rewatch them again.
Why? I just told you why. Yes?
Inland Empire. Okay, I want to fucking level up Inland Empire. Oh, hang on. Do I have any clothes that will help with it as well? No. No, I do not. Come on, Kim, let's go over here. Yeah, dude, I don't like it. I don't like that Kim's upset with us. I don't like it. This playthrough is going to be difficult. Because, yeah, when the Mercenary Tribunal comes around, it's going to be difficult, dudes. It's going to be difficult.
Yes?
8% low.
Only banal things strike you. At the core, you're a very banal person with a very
As you got to see him live. Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger had a fucking good soundtrack as well, to be honest. There's a great maestro of Italy, Sergio Leone's movie about New York was amazing too. Was that Once Upon a Time in New York, or is that something else? Yeah, I mean, yeah, Chrono. I mean, I've not played Chrono Trigger. It was one of the games that I watched my friend's brother play because he was really, really into RPGs. But yeah, he told me how good it was, but I never played it myself. I think it's Once Upon a Time in New York.
One you should be ashamed of. It's no wonder the soft one doesn't want it back.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get this one, chat. I mean, maybe once we've got some more Inland Empire focused clothing, we can really buff ourselves up for it. But yeah, I don't think we're going to get it. 8% is too low.
Only banal thing one you should be.
Yeah, it's not worth the risk. Let's go speak to the scab leader, who is actually Cotter or whatever his name is.
Nice aggression with the native. Don't let the chief fool you next time. You don't need to be that up in his face. Leave yourself space to move.
Not bad advice, actually. This might do the trick.
Let's talk about our right to work. You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down? Ha! Couldn't handle us. Cause gives the workers strength. Gives them power. We have a right to work! Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence. Maybe you should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living here. Shame on you! We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scab.
We were promised work. we'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates. Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guard's blocking the way to the access panel. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is. Why don't you go arrest them instead? I'm sure they've done plenty of criminal shit. They have that look.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home. At least for now. If you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then, we charge. Honest men and women, with rights, to work.
Yeah, like a top-down isometric RPG, turn-based RPG. A lot of people would argue it's better than Final Fantasy. There are some really die-hard fans for it.
We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis.
Just checking how much I took it. It was only 10 milligrams this morning. Okay, what, 10 milligrams twice or 2 5-milligram doses?
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do! When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work.
2 5-milligram doses. Yeah, I mean, it depends very much on your physiology and stuff like that, which is obviously not something I would ask you to divulge here. That's something you should discuss with a doctor. But yeah, I think if you've taken too much medicine, the best thing to do is to get in contact with a doctor. We can't help, you know. I'm not a medical professional. As far as I know, there's not too many medical professionals in chat. So nobody here is qualified to give advice on that, but it does sound like something that could be a concern. So it's better to be safe than sorry. So sorry, I couldn't speak there. I would contact a doctor or a medical professional of some sort.
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks
possibly, yeah.
The different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting.
Where they filmed Ecstasy of Gold, there is a black silhouette of Clint Eastwood near a tree, so it gives a little eerie feeling. Really? Interesting. Because I remember a very strong, eerie feeling in the desert in No Country for Old Men. I think it's No Country for Old Men, where the character finds the suitcase full of money at the very beginning that starts all of it off. He sees the dead guy and he finds a suitcase full of money and he's like, well, and there's this really eerie feeling like something bad is about to, and then later on there's a very sort of, it's dark in the desert and there's an eerie feeling there as well. But yeah, that's another film I'd like to rewatch. I watched it not too long ago, but Anton Chigurh, fucking phenomenal actor. But unfortunately, chat, we do have another ad break coming up. So to pop you guys over on the BRB screen, you guys know the drill. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Krill's going to try and fucking strong arm the raffle, so make sure you all join so that he doesn't win. But I'll be back shortly. In No Country for Old Men, there will be blood. It's filmed like a kilometre from each other. Yeah, there will be blood. And yeah, No Country for Old Men. And there's another film as well that was filmed in that desert, but it was a little bit earlier. It was several years, a few years earlier. Fuck me, I can't remember. Rig it against it. But yes, but anyway, the ad's going to start in a second, dudes. I'll pop you over there. I'll be right back. Get wrecked, bozo.
Should have worn a helmet.
You're not wearing a helmet, dude. Come on, man.
Come on. Think about the hiccups. Fuck off. Think about them. Think about it. It's subconscious. If you think about it and bring it into your conscious, it'll stop. Okay, I think I'm all right. Fuck's sake.
might just take a step back.
Would you look at that? I haven't hit one that close all day.
I might just stand behind this one.
Focus on the inhale.
Stop it.
That's why he's a spear type enemy.
Okay, what was it? What? Hey. Wait. Stop it.
Game is platinumed. There it is, chat. Bubba, we got the platinum. We got the platinum, Bubba. Where's the trophies? Fuck yeah. Congratulations on the platinum. Nilo, welcome in, dude. Welcome in. Hello, Bubba. Is it time for you to be the baby? Is it time for you to be the baby? How's that? By going on the ladder? Or is he going to jump down off the ladder? Anyway. Come on. Come on. So now I can't get back up the ladder. I can punch on the ladder. Right. Now. Oh, wow, okay, yeah. This is not going to go well. Just got that one at the end. I never get ads. Brave browser. Oh, okay. Thanks for not contributing to my ad revenue. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Avoid ads as much as you can. Do you know the other way you could avoid? I'm just kidding. I was about to go into a spiel, but no, I won't. You mean Twitch's ad revenue? Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, that's kind of true. That is kind of true. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Don't bet against my gamble. Savvy doesn't deserve it. That's that Thatcher-loving bastard. Which place is Savvy in? Well, we don't want to dox anybody. We don't know. Carl Mack, welcome in. Have you ever played Resident Evil 2? Yes. I played the original back in the day a bunch. And I think we played the remake on stream a little while ago when it came out. Yeah, no, I've played both of them. As well as a bunch of the other Resident Evil, not all of the Resident Evil games, but a vast majority. A lot of the sort of mainline, sort of popular Resident Evil games, but there's a few, there's Revelations, there's a couple of them that I haven't played. There were a few sort of, platform specifics, exclusives that I didn't get around to playing, but I've played most of them, a good chunk of them, I would say. Even when you have like 10 points in the top 300, and like place points, have the OG RE2 on N64 card. So the N64 port of Resident Evil 2 was quite an achievement to get Resident Evil 2, like a disc-based game. Compressing that down to fit on a cartridge was quite an achievement. They had to do some trickery to get away with that. They reused some voice recordings. There was a female character, and they used the same voice line for both outcomes when there's supposed to be two different voice lines for one for either, but and there's a few other sort of optimizations as well.
His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence. He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers.
Love yours old school games, they're fun. Yeah.
The clothes are obviously not his.
Yeah. So he's wearing Someone else. So yeah, no, he's not wearing the mercenary because he's a brother of them. He's a fellow soldier with the mercenary. But is he wearing the fat guy's? No. Yeah, I wonder where he got his dog worker clothes from. But yeah, I wanted to check. I'm pretty sure someone mentioned it's out there. I'm pretty sure there's a fixed camera mod for the PC version, but I don't think I own it on PC. But yeah, it restores the classic cameras, which yeah, I'd love to do a playthrough with oh fuck off. I can't fucking close this little video. So there's a bunch of options to make it playable, but yeah, I kind of feel like I'd like to do a playthrough of Resident Evil 2 Remake, but with classic cameras, just because it would feel like so true to the original. Yeah, maybe one day. But I don't think I own it on Steam. I don't think I own Resident Evil 2 on Steam. We own Requiem, 0, and Remake of 1, which are like, you know, these two are just fucking perfection in my eyes. But yeah, not RE2. I've got RE2 on PlayStation. RE2 Remake on PlayStation 5. And somewhere I might have a copy of Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3, and 4 for various consoles. I mean, Prey's another game I'd like to replay on stream, because Prey was fucking brilliant. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Top messenger on the leaderboard, and then Stabby and then Cure Fits. Let's see. He's just a baby. I need to play Prey one day. Yeah, in terms of like system games, sort of System Shock-esque games, Prey is fucking brilliant. It offers the player a degree of freedom with the abilities you can learn that I've not seen in other video games. Like, you can legitimately like sequence break the game almost in places. I remember to get the so you get. Okay, I won't tell you anything about it. But yeah, I was able to do some shit that felt like I was breaking the game, but it just let me do it. But yeah. Isn't but Stabby Gen Z is just a baby. 38,217 messages. Stabby has 26,803. Is it really that many messages? How many of them are just making fun of me? Like 36,000.
You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
I bet this just in this stream, yeah.
What's it to you? Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? Uh-huh. It was a long time ago.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
The man looks at the colorful piece of plastic, then at you, then back at the card, then at you again.
But that's not you, officer.
He can't know that. Maybe you're just younger on the photo.
From back when you were not a cop, but a heavy-set, dark-skinned dock worker named Santiago Jean? Highly unlikely. I've known John for several years now. Also, you told me you're a cop, remember?
Thank you for
How
the bomb.
did you get his shift card? Oh, John's been out drinking himself blind again? He should watch his step, that John. Can I have the card?
No, it will prove useful still. Believe your thieving fingers.
Oh, okay. Good luck with that. So, what do you need?
Yes?
Only banal things one you should be.
Friend was 12th though. Share a birthday with Taylor Swift and 5 more days after Billie Eilish's birthday is December 18th, you see. Well, happy birthday for December. Sorry that it's so close to Christmas. I saw a clip earlier, and this midwife was like, oh, she's one of my favourite patients. She's due on Father's Day, which I love. I was like,
All I'm wondering, man. How can I help?
The man.
Yeah.
He can't know that.
From back? Yes, and you also told me you're a cop. But now that this is settled, how did you get his shift card? Oh, John's been out drinking.
No, it will.
Oh, okay.
I share with Gordon Ramsay. Yeah, I'm not too sure who I share a birthday with. Suppose I could check. Shouldn't keep diverting off. May 7th, famous birthdays. Mr. Beast, Summer Farage, Instagram star, Elijah Nelson, Jake Bonjovi, Danny Olmo, Minji, Icy Wicey, and Tommy Fury. Jay Balvin, Layla Starr, Michael That's a nice guy, that's him. Okay. Faker, okay, that famous, is it WoW player or League player? Julia Antonelli, Rico Nasty, Lucy Baroque, Bedrock, oh, that's a cool name. Cody Gakpo, Chad Tepper, Alexander Ludwig, Melody Valdez. I don't know who any of I don't know who any of these people are. I'm sorry, I don't know who any of these people are. I don't think I've seen a familiar face yet. Yeah, I mean, I know who Mr. Beast is, but you know, the way they've commodified YouTube and the way that it's like, it's so soulless, and it's kind of like, it's the epitome of what YouTube is now, but I don't like what YouTube is now, you know? Togo was born, it started snowing, and everyone felt cozy and nice indoors. There you go. Mr. Crumbs and Mr. Beast. Michael Rosen. I'm not sure I know that person. You share a birthday with Bon Jovi. Really? Is Bon Jovi May 7th as well? Breckin Mayer, I recognise. Was born mid-storm, and then the lightning literally lit the sky. Really? Breckin Meyer is the guy who plays in the Garfield movie. Okay. The doctor lifted me to check the airway because I was breech and nuchal cord. Sorry to hear that was a difficult birth for Mrs. Mama Stabby, which is a strange name. Bon Jovi's birthday is March 2nd. Ah, okay. Not the real Bon Jovi, was Bon Jovi was some fake. Oh, Bon Jovi, is Bon Jovi a covers? Is that the name of a cover artist? Is that what? Bon Jovi. Fucking hell. Dark liquid in the pot looks almost sentient. What pot? What are you talking about? I think there's a skill check on this drawer, so I'm just going to save the game before we...
The file cabinet stands steady as ever, and the unlocked drawer slides out to greet you. You're trying.
Come on, game.
The file cabinet stands steady as ever. Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer. It appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters. Remember, Leo, Everard's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everard's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here.
The special borscht seems a bit odd in the list. Remember, Leo, Everard's all items on the drawer slides shut smoothly. The payphone hangs mutely on the wall. There isn't much more to do here.
Right now we can pick up the bottles because we have the plastic bag.
Snow is quietly covering the numerous wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Someone partied really, really hard here.
Almost killed my mum during birth. Fucking hell. I'm gonna share a birthday with Bono. Unlucky stabs. Old Bono birthday boy over here. Peak Irish Bono Catsy. Love Bon Jovi's music. I'm on YouTube a lot. Yeah, so there's a Bon Jovi covers band that plays a bandstand where I live, and they charge like 28 or 32 pounds a ticket. And I'm like, you're a fucking covers band. And then there's one tiny little bar that sells cans of beer and cider for like 4 or 5 quid. And I'm like, this is such a fucking... And then there'll be the local newspaper like, oh no, the bandstand's going out of business. How terrible. Yeah, because they charge you fucking way too much. They charge way too much. It's disgusting. Like, there's no way they should charge that much, you know? It's just, if you charge too much, people aren't going to come, you know? And you can't blame them for that, because people are like, oh, kids are ruining the hospitalities. And they can't afford it. If it was affordable, they'd go and do it. Of course they would, but they can't do anything because everything's too fucking expensive. You know, they're working as many part-time jobs as they can get. And yeah, they haven't got the fucking money to do anything because rent's too expensive. So yeah, they're not ruining anything. They're just born into a bad economy. Living on a Prayer is my favourite. Yeah, it's a good one. Slippery when wet. Brad, what's the next game you're looking forward to? So I purchased that I've added Heartworm to my playlist because, yeah, that looks like a kind of survival horror camera-esque, fixed camera, sort of retro kind of looking game. I'm interested to give that a try. And then the beginning of September, we need to start playing Control because September 24th is Control Resonant. So looking forward to playing that, of course. Recently got into Madonna. Yeah, Madonna's got some fucking absolute banger songs as well. I have Alex Jennings though. Don't know who he is. Have themselves to blame, like the Beatles played on a roof for free. Yeah, like a virgin. Howdy partners, Killfits, welcome indeed. How's it going? When Lisa was 5, she heard that on the radio in a car. I was like, I was walking around saying like a virgin to everything. Stabby shares a birthday with Bono. I fucking knew he's Bono. Bono birthday boy. We're going to call him Bono birthday boy from now on.
Well, they went through 6 bottles of potent Pilsner, 3
Touch
bottles
for the
of
very
Commodore
first
Red,
time.
and almost 4 packs of
Like a
cigars. It must have been
virgin.
pretty hard.
Feel your heartbeat next to mine.
Well, Yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that
You look like Bono. I can't remember the words. Until I found you, you're so fine, and you're mine. Is that the same song, or is that a different Madonna song? Make me feel. No, you make me feel so shiny and new. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Bro, I'm 25. I might have grey hairs, but 1 year older than me. But I don't need to sing it because. Oh. Come on now. Cooperate, you piece of shit. Oh my god, why is everything so fucking long? Everything's so fucking slow. The UK internet is so fucked right now. So absolutely fucked. Look at this. Like, nothing is fucking, like... like, Spotify isn't working. Yeah, well, okay, well, I guess we're not going to listen to fucking Like a Virgin then. Never mind. It's not like I fucking pay for a subscription service or anything, is it? Fucking bullshit, mate.
It really, really doesn't. Let's turn our attention elsewhere and move on.
Now you make me feel... But yeah, Madonna had so many fucking good songs, dudes. Until I found you. You're so fine, and you're mine. Don't have an ID. I don't need one in Denmark. Well, yeah, if you live in a small little village, everyone knows how old you are, I suppose. But yeah, I remember I didn't need ID for all sorts of stuff. Where's Kim walking to? How are you, Kim? How are you walking, like, out there? Kim? Kim, my dude, you're walking on air. What are you doing? Excuse me. We're halfway there. Ooh, living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. I can ride without a license or ID because I turned 18 before a certain date when they made new rules. So as long as it goes 30 kilometers or below, you can ride it without a license. Ah, I see. So the law changed after you stopped being beholden to it, or before you became beholden to it. Don't have a damn wood stove. Yeah. Oh fuck me, dudes. I think I may have saved it. But yeah, one of the fucking funniest clips. Some kids put a fucking explosive in a fucking in a wood stove, and yeah, it fucking absolutely explodes. And it makes me laugh so hard every time. But it was probably a few posts ago. This as well. Fucking hell, man. When the fuck was it? Did I see it on Instagram? Oh, maybe I fucking saved it on my other one. Excuse me. Excuse me.
assemble a complete. Wait a minute. Yes. Really?
Oh, fucking hell. Sorry, I had to play that. Fucking elite tier animation work and humor. Yeah, elite tier. Had to give that some fucking airtime. You're just a hater, bro. Still liking your new monitor crumbs. Stabby, please forgive me, but I don't have a space for it on my desk where I work because I need my work. I don't want to use this for work because I'm going to fucking ruin it. So it's now just sitting on the fucking table in front of me. So I have the most overkill OBS monitor you can imagine. But I will at some point build a space where I can play Battlefield and first-person shooters at my desk and everything. But yes, no, I'm still loving it. However, I noticed that when I turned it on the next day, the ROG Strix logo, the Asus logo, and like some other bits and pieces were like slightly burned in. So I think it was looking for a source overnight. It was like no source, and it kept restarting and showing because the logo that comes up on the screen when you turn it on is like the most pixelated, sharp logo I've seen. Like fucking crazy. And I think it kind of burned a little bit into the screen. But luckily I did a pixel cleaning and it's completely gone. But then I searched, has that happened to anyone else? And somebody else showed me the HDMI certification stuff down the bottom right had burned into their screen, and they didn't know why. And it turns out the firmware needed to be updated because I was on MCW 101 and it needs to be MCW 105. Completely, yeah. So yeah, it was image retention, not burning. Sorry. So there was a bit of image retention, but it looked like it was burned in. But yeah, pixel cleaning, it went away. So yeah, I made that distinction. Sorry. But yeah, it looked like it had burned something in. I was like, fucking hell, but luckily it went away, so it was just image retention. But yeah, but updating the firmware, holy fucking shit, I was screaming my head off. So I've got a USB stick that I use to update the firmware on my motherboard. So it's a USB, it's only 4 gigabytes or smaller, so it can be FAT32, and that FAT32 is for the file system that firmware BIOS and stuff uses to update. So I put the fucking BIOS, the firmware update, put it into the fucking upgrade port, held the button down, and it did it, but it failed, and I was like, okay, that's strange. So I put the USB stick back in the computer. The USB stick wasn't recognized by the computer anymore, and I was like, for fuck's sake. I got the USB hub cable, because it's got a USB hub. You can plug in a USB cable to your computer to use it. It's got like 3 or 4 USB ports. Plugged that in, it kept failing, and I was like, oh my god, it's just updating the firmware. Since when does updating the firmware take 7 steps and fail 3 times? But eventually I got it to fucking update. So hopefully that won't be a problem anymore. But I am unplugging it at night for the meantime until I can test it a bit more. But yeah. Yeah, I did a pixel cleaning and it went away. And then there's a reminder on there. Every 8 hours it's going to remind me to do a pixel cleaning, which I'll do, it's fine. Mine does through a USB, but yeah, mine should do that, but it wouldn't do it. It just wouldn't do it. I said, no, it didn't work. No, the USB cable didn't work either. It didn't recognize it. It recognized it. There's a tool that you download, and I fucking got the widget tool that you install in the background of Windows to try it that way. That didn't work, and I was like, oh my god, this is fucking ridiculous. It's just a firmware update. It isn't that complicated. Excuse me. But yeah, I tried it with the USB cable, stretching it across the fucking desk, and I was like, for fuck's sake, man. And then eventually that didn't work, so I unplugged it. I tried once more with the USB stick, and it worked. But yeah, what a fucking nightmare. But I've got the new firmware on there now, so it's got a few slight adjustments to a few things. But yeah, at the moment, I'm not using a very high-spec DisplayPort cable, so there's a few features I can't use. But I did test the 1080p 330 hertz mode, and holy fuck. 330 hertz is fucking smooth. I was just dragging a window around in a figure of 8. I was like, it's so fucking smooth. Ridiculous. But yes, I'm zooming in when I'm fucking scrolling the chat, excuse me. Supposed to forgive, but Scandy's telling me not to, so. Even point Denmark on the map, Bonner. May your L's be many and your bitches few. Also, you ended up updating through a USB cable. This guy wanted Asus. Well, yeah, I had a look around, and yeah, every time I saw a monitor review or like a roundup of the best monitors, there was always an Asus monitor in there, and this monitor and a couple of others came up like every single time. I was like, okay, so this one is in the running almost every single time. And then Amazon had it for 600 quid. I had a £600 budget. So I thought, you know, I've ummed and ahed about it. There's obviously way too many choices. I can't be asked to fucking dig around anymore. I'm sure it will be a good monitor, and it is. It's a beautiful monitor. And I played one afternoon of Battlefield on it on my desk over there, and was like, yeah, this is really fucking crispy and sharp. And I figured out if I just choose the high settings, no custom, just high settings, I can do 4K, lock it to 60, or if I go to 1440p, I can do 120. So I've got the choice, and I think I prefer 1440. 120, but yeah, playing at 4K 60 FPS was quite an experience. But I also played Quake 3 on an OLED monitor, which was, yeah, such a trip. It was crazy to see Quake 3 looking that vibrant and that smooth. Better chance against teams. What do you mean about going blank, by the way? Going blank? Oh yeah, it just fucking went black. The screen just went dark, and I think that may have been a firmware thing as well. So, I mean, I'll keep using. I mean, I've been playing. I've been streaming for 8 hours and 41 minutes now, and it hasn't turned off. So I mean, maybe it was Battlefield fucking around. I don't know. But yeah, if it keeps happening, I'll look into it. But yeah, at the moment, it just the screen went black for a couple of seconds. It just so happened that I was pushing up one of the hills in Suru Reef, and it went black. I was like, what the fuck? And I heard footsteps, and I was like, here we go. And then the sort of like humming noise you get when you're dead. And I was like, fuck's sake. Then it came back after that. But yeah, fucking wonky shit happens, dudes. Wonky shit happens. Thanks, Dice. Thanks for the broken game. Yeah, thanks for the broken game, Dice. Right, that's why BF1, yeah. It's not broken, it's a feature, yeah. But yeah, I managed to get the monitor firmware updated in the end, so I'm on MCW 105, which is the most up-to-date firmware for this monitor, so hopefully I should be safe from any woes. But yeah, what I need to do is I need to rethink how my desk is laid out, because this is going to be, I was going to use this as the main gaming monitor, but I think in time I might have to move my gaming and streaming, the whole setup, to my desk. But there's a lot of thinking. I need to do a lot of planning because I'm going to have to move a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that's going to have to be moved around, and I'm going to have to think about cable runs. I'm going to have to put a new Ethernet cable in, which I'm going to do this month, so I can go back to doing, 500 megabit down, 75 up, and utilize the full speed of my fiber optic. Because yeah, at the moment I'm getting like 16 ping on Battlefield, but I was getting like 9 ping before. So I'm hoping if I get a new Ethernet cable that's a bit higher spec and obviously not shit like the one I've got at the moment apparently, and I crimp it myself, then it'll be okay. But yeah, at the moment it's It'd be what it be.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. Yes.
Okay. Oh yeah, can we ask him about the borscht? I'm surprised it's only 75p, 75 up on fibre. Always matches. Yes, I asked. Dumber than most. Welcome indeed. I asked, and they don't. BT don't do any synchronous. They don't do any synchronous sort of packages. It's just up and down is set to whatever it's set to. And yeah, arguably 500 megabits down is like fine. Like when there was a 30 gigabyte update for there was a 30 gigabyte update for Battlefield 6. So I turned Wi-Fi on instead of Ethernet, and the Wi-Fi can handle like, you know, gigabit. So I was able to download it quickly and everything. So yeah, it's fine. Like it downloads things nice and quickly. Uploading videos to YouTube, 75 megabits a second. If I'm going to upload like maybe a 15, 20 gigabyte video, that's like hours and hours of footage, which I'm probably not going to do. Yeah, it shouldn't take too long. So yeah, it's not the fastest of the fast, but it's also not the most expensive, you know, because I don't need it, you know. It's just me, I work from home. But yeah, fiber optic was more about stability than about speed. But funnily enough, after all the arguing and phoning around and prodding people to fucking sign paperwork to allow them to fit fiber optic in my building, after all the fucking stress, I get fiber optic and I still get disconnected. But I've started multi-streaming and I don't get disconnected from YouTube, so I know it's not me. But I just wish they wouldn't do it. You know, I know I'm not the most important streamer. I know that I'm pretty far down the fucking pole, but I'd still like to be able to stream 3 times a week for 6-7 hours and not get disconnected. Seems a bit fucking rude. But you know. Welcome in, Damon. It's good to see how far along you are with the 100%. Well, that's a good question. I mean, trophy-wise, we are 19 out of 45. So we're only, you know, we're just under halfway, but I'm hoping we're going to pop at least 2 or 3 trophies in this playthrough. Trouble is the trophies are a bit obscure, but doing a hardcore playthrough is just, that's, you know, so I'm going to try and do a few trophies along the way. Then after we've done the hardcore playthrough, we don't have to do another playthrough. We can just load the game up and do the specifics and then just get the trophy and then load up the game. Because I've got fucking hundreds of saves. The game's super generous. It allows you to fucking save the game so many times. So I can just load up day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, you know, whatever. And we can just do what we need to do. So yeah, hopefully we'll be able to just farm a bunch of trophies at the end. But yeah.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
Upcoming feature, a new map, Backrooms. What on Battlefield 6? Could you imagine? I used to use Asus, and they became crap company, and I decided not to buy Asus again. My 13-year-old Asus monitor and my friend's slightly newer Asus monitor used to do that. Periodically, just go black screen and coming back. I'll be stomped if they still have that problem. Yeah. I hope. Fuck, if that's something that they do. Because there's a power setting, and I've got it on performance mode because why wouldn't you, right? But yeah, I'd be very upset if I have to put it on, like, you know, energy saver mode, and that only allows me to do 120 hertz when I've paid for 165. But arguably, I only use 120, but still, I've paid for, you know, I paid for a monitor that can do something. So I'd like it if the monitor could do that. You know. I'm a capitalist dog, so I'd prefer it if things did what I paid for. You know, if I get what I paid for. I think it's a pretty basic tenement of capitalism. You get what you pay for. Pay peanuts, get monkeys, so on and so forth. Good look, but don't touch those Asus. Better chance than English. Explains much. What did you mean about going blank, by the way? I'm sorry, I read that one. Crap this. It's before they became crap, so that's fine. That's why Battlefield 1. Those debugs are a feature. This is EA shit. Yeah, upcoming feature, new map, Backrooms, the green room. Surprise is only 75 up. You pay you pay 1,000, you should get half. Shouldn't get half. Yeah, no, I only paid £600 for this, but I think it's pretty good for a monitor of this standard. There was one for $795 that's 240 hertz and 480 hertz at 1080p, but I don't need it, to be honest. Found an ISP here that gives me 6,000, so 6,000 megabits, so 6 gigabit down and 6 gigabit up. That's fucking, yeah, that is fucking ridiculous. I think I could get 25 gigabit up and down at the highest. It's insulting England, it makes sense. Continent of Europe, I'm happy stupidly wrong. 6 gigabit up and down ISP was like 700 kroner or something like that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the price is with BT. BT gigabit fiber. Get full fiber 150 for 23.99 within 100. Yeah, so but no, I want fucking gigabit. That's not what I googled. So yeah, so 900 megabits per second is $33.99 a month, and that is for the first year, and then it's $41.99 a month for after that. 37. Oh yeah, so it's a month for the first few months. Oh no, for this year. For this year it's 33. Next year it's 37 or 38 quid basically, and then it's 42 quid. It's a 2-year contract, of course. But yeah, they offer. That'll be copper, I suppose. No, that's fiber. That is fiber. This is the thing, though. They call the packages Fiber Essential, but it's not fiber. It just has fiber in the network, so they call it fiber, but it's actually copper for a certain amount. But FTTP gigabit is probably fairly expensive, and arguably I don't need it. Right? I can stream at 14 kilobits, 14,000 kilobits per second. To Twitch, I can stream to YouTube at the same time. Seems to be okay. And even if they're both 14,000 kilobits per second, that's what, 14 megabits per second. That's 28 megabits per second, which is well below the 75 that I've got. So, and it seems to be fine. It's only Twitch that disconnects me, and it turns out that that's not necessarily my fault, seeing as YouTube doesn't disconnect me. So, pay for 2.5 gigabit 500 right now. It's £33. Yeah, so not massively different on some plans, but yeah, I think I got 500 down and 75 up for like 25 or 30 quid a month. I can't remember. Might have to double check, but yeah.
You broke down the back door, the wards, the door. It's all gone now. Dark psychic energy leeching onto my shop. I suppose it's all over now. I guess there's no escape. Just a door? This place is cursed, Detective. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Just look at the sheer amount of
overall
that have failed in this house.
This monitor should last me for the next 5-6 years. I can't do 4K 160. I can't do 4K frame rate anyway. So 165 hertz at 4K. I would need like a 5090, and I'm not going to buy one of them for the next 5-6 years at least. Maybe even 8 to 10 years, to be honest. Maybe there'll be a 6090 by then, who knows? But yeah, I won't be doing those frame rates anytime soon. So yeah, 1440p 120 is well and truly possible on this, but also if I want to do 4K 60, that's also possible. So I've got some options right here and now, but in the future I'll have a monitor that can scale with the setup, so I'm not like at the very top of my limit of my monitor's capabilities. Whereas the TV, 1440p 120 is quite a lot for a TV. It's quite a big screen, but yeah, it's only 1440p. It's a 4K TV, but yeah, 4K 5090 are overrated. Anyways, Imbrix. Well, sorry, I'm Mr. Bix. Is that how it's said? Sorry, or is it Immerbox? Sorry, please let me know how you say your name. 4K and 5090 are overrated. Yeah, I mean, I was playing Battlefield at 4K 60 and I was like, yeah, I can see the extra detail, but when you're moving around, it wasn't, I mean, when I was looking like at the beginning of the match when everyone's standing still, like, yeah, this is really sharp. But when I was running around and moving around, it's difficult to really notice that much of a difference. 1080p, I can see a difference between 4K, but 1440 in motion versus 4K in motion, yeah, there's a bit more detail, but not enough in motion in actual gameplay. It's a bit, yeah, I don't really see, like, it's not like I didn't see it and think, oh my god, like I need that. You know, I just thought, okay, that's really sharp and like it's like a really smooth, sharp image. It looks really nice, but I'd rather do 1440p and get 120 FPS. You know, I'm much more interested in getting 120 FPS, to be honest. Did find a fiber ISP that has no contract, so you can test it for a month if you wanted. Right now I have a hybrid between fiber and copper, so it's fiber in the street and copper going to my apartment. Ah, I see. So you have to go down to copper speeds at some point. But they did install full fiber connection. So you have got a full fiber now. Okay, cool. Because I was going to say, you're not going to get gigabit over... I don't think you'll be getting gigabit over copper. It's the unfortunate thing. There was a problem with the UK, is that you could have fiber to the cabinet in your street, but if it then turns to copper to go to the exchange, you've got to go at copper speed. You know, so until the whole network is fiber, like full fiber to the premises, like FFTTP, yeah, you're not going to get the full benefit. But mine is full fiber to the premises. It's fiber all the way to the exchange, and then from there, mostly fiber optic. So yeah. Don't support Denmark. Sweden is 4.4%, Switzerland is 0.4%. The zip it, you live in Switzerland. Gold on your leaders' bank accounts. And we have nukes. What's your point? Playing at 2K 165 hertz, and I still can't comprehend how good that is. Yeah, I play at 1440p 120, and that's enough for me. That's nice and crisp, nice and smooth. That's a nice happy medium for me. 4K 60 looks nice, but I still, even though I've got a 4K 165 hertz monitor, I still prefer 1440p 120, you know, because I can only hit 60 FPS at 4K, so it just isn't worth it. It looks really nice, and obviously I feel if I played at 4K 60 and I captured footage at 4K 60, I could then make really, really nice high-res crispy posts to put on TikTok, and I know that content tends to do better. The higher quality, the better. Because 1440p on a modern phone screen can be a little bit stretched, because modern phone screens are super high-res. But it's not too bad, I think. I think in terms of like Battlefield footage, you want it to be 120 FPS. You want it to be smooth as fuck. So I give them 120 FPS at 1440p, and they compress it however they compress it. But it's as smooth as it gets, basically. Because yeah, so strong your point over 2,500 and 500 over copper. Yeah, I imagine you've got more than one copper line, because I don't know what the upward limit of copper is, but yeah, 2.5 gigabit on copper. You might have more than one copper line like woven together that's providing it, but I'm not sure if it's optimized for it. Yeah, it's just one copper line. Really, I wasn't sure what the maximum. "24 megabits a second. 21 megabits, 1 megabit. "300 megabits, 27 down. 300 megabits per second up and 27 megabits down. Because yeah, I didn't know you could get 2,500 megabits per second on copper. Because yeah, 70 to 80 seems to be. But yeah, I'm not too sure if there's some sort of other technology that I don't know about. But yeah, I wasn't sure. Even before they did hybrid fiber to copper, I had gigabit over copper. Really? Coaxial, yeah, capable 10 gigabits per second and phone twisted pair. Yeah. Like I say, there's multiple cables woven together sometimes, so you're getting like 36 megabits per second off each cable, but there's 4 of them, so it's gigabit basically. 200 on standard disynchronous line, 500 megabits on old telephone cable. I mean, maybe you guys, maybe the cables that you guys, the spec of the cables where you guys are in the world is better than the UK, because the UK, it's like literally this tiny thin little, it's a tiny little cable. I mean, so is fiber optic, but still.
I hope you're happy now. Happy that you've ruined everything. Now that you've broken the door, the curse is coming to get me as well.
Of course we are better. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure if you had like, I mean, obviously Ethernet is copper, but it's multiple strands of copper, all carefully sort of twisted pairs and like shrouded from like interference and stuff. So it's like you've got multiple like copper threads there to sort of, and you've got like an Ethernet protocol to balance out the data on each line. So yeah, you can obviously get gigabit over Ethernet, but you obviously don't have Ethernet spec cables in the floor to provide your phone line. In actual fact, you've got something like a much bigger version of Ethernet, and each household gets like one wire, maybe two, but usually just one wire. So yeah.
Of course you didn't. You're nothing but a policeman.
Copper cables here carried radio, TV, and internet unlimited. They limited the radio signals and they enabled them to increase the internet speeds on the line. Eliminated, yeah. I mean, so they carried radio, but radio is like broadcast through the air. So the signal to be broadcast from like a tower was going through the phone lines as well. Maybe as like a booster signal. 60mm thick is a stream cable, as we call it. That happened not so long ago. I didn't even think about the landline. Thousands of copper wires. Yeah, no, I've seen like a fucking like big old fat boy like that with fucking thousands of tiny little copper wires. Each one goes to a household or a block of flats or something.
You know what? I'm willing to let you investigate the
Land,
Doomed
radio,
commercial
telephone,
area.
TV, and internet,
We are
but only had two
settled
two
apart.
channels.
There's
Okay.
little to do.
Her facade has dropped. Now you see the curiosity behind the fear.
Radio over coax. So is it still classed as radio? Because I thought, you know, radio waves is like broadcast through the air, but it's still called radio if it goes through a cable.
But before we
Because
go
yeah,
on,
somebody was
tell
like,
me,
you can listen to the radio on the internet. I was like, well, it isn't really radio waves if it's over the internet. It's, you know, you're listening to the broadcast on the internet. But it is, you know, because a broadcast is you're casting a signal out, right? Like a broadcast of a signal. But I'm like focusing a signal down the internet wire. But yeah, pointless argument, of course. But yeah, still called radio. Okay, because of state propaganda. Well, we invented Pirate Bay because we couldn't buy GTA, for instance, not allowed by the committee. I see.
yes, the malignant
Cable
entity
radio
that
exists in
lives
the
inside
UK.
chimney
Well, I mean,
takes the shape of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she knows more about the curse than she lets on ever since I first saw her.
yeah, I mean, in the UK, we had what's called pirate radio, where you had lots and lots of musicians, DJs and producers and samplers and stuff, and sort of hip hop and street music musicians. They couldn't get their music played on mainstream radio, so they set up pirate radio stations where they put antennas, like made out of scaffolding poles, like tied to chimney stacks to create pirate radio. So you could only get these radio stations in the London area, but they always had the coolest music, like the coolest, most unheard of music. You couldn't buy it in shops or anything. You could only hear it on pirate radio. So yeah, it felt kind of like you're kind of underground and everything, which is really cool. Thamesmead had it, but it's still an FM. I meant radio through cable that England had. Yeah, they had that as well, apparently, from what you're saying. But yeah, I remember that pirate radio was a big deal here as well. Mr. Very Much Stinkerton. Mr. Very Much Stinkerton.
Yes, I've heard that. It's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains upstairs. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume.
She's making dice.
You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. And do return to me after you've talked to it. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse.
If you're really interested in cracking this mystery, then we should go back to the furnace. Maybe you could yell into it or something. Make some noise. You'll think of something. You always do.
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl? Oh, shameful girl. What is she up to this time?
Socialism, times of Sweden was so weird. State medicine, state TV, state games, even pinball machines. Right now I'm getting a bunch of discounts having my internet, TV, phone plan through one company. So I have to look up if it's worth financially switching to fibre. Yeah, this is it. You end up paying a lot more and only getting a certain amount of speed. which is, yeah, it's not ideal, is it? Especially when you've got camera lenses to pay for and everything.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
State-owned hamburger place. Support the regime. More interested in lower ping than speed. This is it, is that I didn't... The thing is, I was going to get fiber optic more for the stability. I don't need gigabit download, gigabit upload. I was surviving on 100 and... I think I was surviving on 110 up and 110 up. No, I was on 75. I was on 75 down and like, I think 17 up, and I was surviving, you know? So I wasn't really super interested in gigabit, 2 gigabit, 3, whatever. I just wanted a fiber optic line, full fiber to the premises because of the ping. And yeah, my ping is like 3 milliseconds to London, so I can't really get much better than that. But the Battlefield servers are fucking all over the place and they're dog shit. Twitch doesn't even have servers in the UK anymore, from what I can work out. And yeah, the UK internet is literally falling apart. And I think that if this is a massive downturn for the internet, other than streaming, I might just try and fucking just check out of the internet. Like I might live stream to you guys and YouTube, but a lot of other stuff, I'm just like, I just don't, because I mean, reports continuously keep being sent out proving that it, like, half of all traffic, I'm a sensitive boomer, half of all internet traffic is bots now. It's like 58%. Like, we've crossed the threshold. So just over half of all traffic online right now is bots. And it's the dead internet theory. It's been around for years. So it's like, you know, I'm not going to bother posting clips and like trying to engage with people on YouTube and Instagram. Well, YouTube I will, but TikTok and social media and stuff, it's all fucking bots. And the comments you get, it's like, for fuck's sake, like when I get a comment, I want to be polite and reply, but sometimes I get comments, I'm like, brother, how am I supposed to reply to this? Like, there's nothing for me to reply to. And I just have to fucking delete the comment because it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her? Come now, it's not personal. It's about proper sales practices and market research. I expect an answer. I guess it's better than nothing. She'll have to try harder next time. Mind your own business, sir. In our society, people don't get to tell each other how to raise their children. It's none of your or anyone's business.
Well, I'm the fucking police, and if we feel as if you're not treating her correctly, we can actually get child services to take her away. So actually, it is my fucking business. Miserable old wench.
Denial is the way she copes with criticism.
It is. Norris fucking sucks. Worst company of them all, but they have their fibre through Sunal, which sadly the fibre connection that's installed in my burr. This is it. Like, I was trying to get a local firm to do me fibre, but they just kept getting pushed back. And then suddenly OpenReach and BT just came in and fitted it. And I was like, okay. So they wanted that business, of course. But anyway, we do have an ad break coming up. I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. But please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. But yes, I'll be back in just a moment.
What's this? Gotta wonder who wanted to hide the hole. And what's on the other side.
Is that a fucking medieval glory hole? Oh. Man. People that help move stuff and they pick up like one tiny thing at a time, it's like, come on, man. Put your back into it. Pick up several things at once. We don't have all day. So yeah, hopefully a train isn't about to come around the corner.
Fuck off. Okay.
Do you do that? I wonder, as a substitute for having anything interesting to say?
Probably, Miss McFarland.
Oh, call me Bonnie, you fool. Call me Bonnie.
Miss McFarland, I'm married. I have a son. I had a daughter, but she died.
She literally just said,
Years
"Call her
before that,
Bonnie."
I rode in a gang.
Oh. No. Oi. Oh shit.
Take that.
Oh, I don't think she enjoyed that.
Yeah.
What you get for fucking with waifu. Piece of shit. Yeah, hopefully he calms down in a sec. But yeah, ow, ow, please, please, ow, ah, that's the fucking inside of my thigh. Please. There's all sorts of scary Cronenberg monsters and jump scares and everything, but we all know the scariest thing about this game is first-person platforming. And fucking grabbing with a mouse. It's so strange. Fuck's sake, that jump's awkward, man. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Getting 1 HP in a dream. Iframes, please. Iframes, please. Like this. Then take one of these. No, 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 no. Oh, no, it's going on my head. No, don't set fire to fuck's sake.
Stop it.
Okay. I mean, odds, just fucking pure fucking core strength, right? I bet she can. Have you checked the jump scare setting? Got to make sure that's on. They soften them otherwise.
Stop.
Yeah, somebody gave me a shout out as Bread Comes once, and I was like, nah, Bread Comes is my OnlyFans, mate. 2, and there is 5-5 on that row is good. 1C, and there is 5-5. That's good. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Excuse me while I get myself situated. Stream on satellite TV broadcast. Should be honest, I never heard anything about them. Crumbs is using the old Gestapo tactics. I was just checked that they don't deliver to my place anyway. Company I found that offers 6,000 is called Net Norden, and they are properly nerds over there. The websites don't hold anyone's hand. They just supply a router by default like they usually do. They expect you to know your stuff and how you get your own hardware. Yeah, I mean, I suppose if you can save money by just setting people up and then they can take it from there, I suppose, yeah, because the thing is, you know, all these internet providers, they give you a router, but it's always a piece of shit. They say, oh, this is our best route. It's going to be a cheap piece of shit. It's going to have all sorts of issues. And that's one thing I've never... I should probably, for home, I should probably invest in a very good router, but for some reason, they're like 700 quid for like a really good router. They're fucking... I mean, for a home... I mean, for a good router for like a business, it's like thousands. And I don't need that because I've only got a small flat. I don't need a fucking 19 square meter span or something. It's just unnecessary. I become Bay, the pirate of the world. Now I become Cedar, the destroyer of copyrights. Did you get that new James Bond game? Already removed Denovu because it was cracked within 2 months anyway. Modem they installed for fiber apparently is actually a Nokia. Surprise. Yeah, Nokia is still about making telecommunications equipment. So yeah, it does make sense they would make routers as well. But yeah, like outdoor, like, you know, poles and lines and stuff. Yeah, they're still out there doing it, I think.
God, I've told her not to do that. It's disgusting. And I told you to mind your own business. Clearly, you have no idea how hard it
Bed
is
in
to
the
raise
fuse
a girl in
box.
this economy.
Shocking. I'm surprised about them existing still. So surprised about the quality mode. Fair enough. Motorola is bringing back the Razr Mobile. Yeah, I had one of those as a loaner. Like, I broke my phone and somebody gave me their Razr flip phone, and I was like, oh hell yeah, this thing's fucking cool as fuck.
Like cosmic weather, mysterious and harsh.
She can, if she has enough willpower. This is what's called growing pains. Life isn't easy. Life doesn't give breaks.
Not necessarily true. Sure, I'm sure a series of breaks came to pass so that you came into ownership of a bookshop.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
She stands stiff and severe, silently fuming. 10 or so seconds pass without change. This is a person coming to terms with a new reality, one where they are wrong. It's not easy.
Made a foldable called the Razr 2. Didn't you have one of those brick Motorola like Gordon Gecko? Sure, the commercial, I didn't think they were already out. So I had a 42, there was the 3210, but I think I had a 410. I think I had a fucking... So it wasn't, it was the one before that. Yeah. Oh, it was a 5110. So yeah, I had a 5110 for a little while. But yeah, I had one of these for a little while. Believe it or not, chat. I had one of these for a little while. And then at some point, I think I had one of these for a little while. And then I think after that one, I had a Sony Ericsson. But yeah, I had that phone. And yeah, texting was, oh chat, it was a whole new world. It was a different time, chat, being able to text each other. But it cost like 10 pence per text. I mean, fucking, let me check. So the Nokia 5110, 1998. So 10 pence in 1998 in today's money. So 10p from 1998 is about 23 pence. Okay, so it hasn't gone up that much. But yeah, it was fucking 10p per text message. So yeah, the fact that we were just chatting complete breeze because we were fucking kids. You know, like, oh, where are you? Oh, I'm over here. Yeah, I can see you. It's like there's 10 pence a pop. You only got like 5 or 6 quid credit. So like, yeah, you could only do that like 5 or 6 times per, 50 or 60 times. It was so fucked. And yeah, there were fucking kids being interviewed outside school. Oh, I send like at least 150 text messages a day. And I was like, what the fuck? How are you? I didn't realize you got special deals on contract because I always had a pay-as-you-go phone, right? The contracts gave you like, 600 texts a month or whatever. But yeah, different times, chat.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologize. She must be freezing out there.
Razor, not Razor. Had beepers. I didn't have a beeper. Had a 3110 for a while, played Snake on it all day. Switched to a Sony. Yeah, Sony Ericsson, they released a phone that had an MP3 player, which was very, very important for me. But not the first Sony Ericsson phone I had, but I mean, I've still got it somewhere. But yeah, it was a little small black and grey thing with a sliding thing that covered the lens on the camera to protect it, which I thought was really cool. And it took pictures. They were fucking like 2 megapixels. It was terrible. But it could take pictures and you could watch very low resolution videos on it. And I remember somebody, this is fucking crazy. Somebody used the infrared. You used to put the phones next to each other, like top to like head to head. But at the side, so like the two phones would be like that, you put them like this, and they had an infrared sensor on the side, and you could send data over infrared. At school, like the end of school, some kids sent me an adult video, like a short clip from an adult video that was like fucking 160p and like 9 frames a second over infrared. I was like, holy shit, it's wirelessly sending me a video. Oh my God. And then I clicked the video. I was like, oh, what the fuck is that? I wasn't expecting it. But yeah, I was like, it's sending the video wirelessly. That's insane. It's a video file. This was back when Real Player 3G was like 160p, and I used to stream anime episodes from some weird website that was probably scanning all of my fucking computer files, giving the family computer the worst kind of viruses. But yeah. But yeah, Sony Ericsson had a good phone. And the thing is, the Sony Ericsson phone, it came with a calendar app. It came with a reminder app. It came with a bunch of these small little applets way before the iPhone for doing stuff, like productivity focused stuff. And texting on it was a bit easier. And then, yeah, they eventually released a phone that had an MP3 player built into it. So I could put MP3s on my phone on a micro SD or Magigate or whatever the fuck was the memory card back in the day. So I could put music on my phone and listen to music on my phone, and I was like, damn, this is pretty fucking sweet, chat. I'm pretty fucking happy with this. And yeah, suddenly my phone was in my pocket and my wallet was in my pocket, whereas before it was my phone, it was fucking, something else. It was my fucking wallet, it was my music player, a cassette player or a CD player, heaven forbid if you could fit one in your pocket. But then it all slowly became one thing, and then the iPhone came out and it's gone from there, right? But yeah, I remember like being able to play music on my phone, and I was like, damn, this is the fucking future. And you could go on basic websites that were like built to be streamed to phones that were like, it was just text, there was no pictures or anything. But yeah. Check out the Motorola Dynatac 8000. Is that the fucking tradesman's phone that's like basically indestructible? Or is that a cat? Sony Ericsson Walkman. One with the sliding ones, yeah. Called a mobile phone communication device. Had a Sony Ericsson W76i actually. Had 3 of them because the sliding mechanism kept getting worn out because I used to fidget. Oh, flicking it. Yeah, I bet. But yeah, it had a shutter button on the side as well, which was really clever. Black and orange W. Yeah, the W2100. I remember. Yeah, I remember that one. Probably, yeah, the Walkman would get 30 songs. Like, damn, it started to switch ring. Yeah. Oh, fucking hell, man. What a time. What a time.
I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress. Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved.
Haven't changed ringtone in 20 years. I've had my phone on silent for 20 years. Like, I have a ringtone, but I never hear it because my phone's always on silent. But do you know what my text message tone is? It gets people. It gets people when they hear it. I need to push a button to turn my phone. Hang on. Can I just check the tone from here? How do I change? Oh, tone. That's my text message tone. And yeah, it's a fucking dog whistle for Metal Gear Solid fans. In public, I get a text message, and like a text message, it goes off, and someone's like, Otacon. I'm like,
It's a proper place to live. One of the most
my phone's always on
peaceful
silent, so I never hear it.
Jamrock. You may know it for its massive housing projects.
I also had a few LG phones, like the iconic LG Chocolate. Now a YouTuber that talks and shows stuff like this. And the LG Shine. Yeah, I never had any of them. I don't think I remember seeing them. But yeah, Sony Ericsson phones were really fucking good for a while. But yeah, I had a Sony Ericsson phone, and then someone showed me an iPhone, and I was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. And then the next one came out, and they showed me it, and I was like, damn, that's pretty fucking clever. Like, it was rounded on the back and sort of like really small and light, and the touch screen was really good. I was like, that's pretty fucking good. Like, it's got GPS, it plays music, it's got a fucking basic camera. I was like, kind of does everything I need. And then the one after that one was the first one I got, and stupidly I didn't keep it. I mean, I've still got my second gen iPod that I got given by a friend. But yeah, I never kept all my old iPhones. I traded them in. But yeah, some of those are fucking, I mean, like the first ever iPhone as a collector's item worth thousands now, as everything popular is in pop culture. But yeah, I remember like having, because I used to get home from work and jump on the computer and go on all the websites that I go on, DeviantArt and MySpace and a few other bits and pieces. I used to check a few blogs, save a few JPEGs, because that's what I used to do. And yeah, but I didn't need to do that. I could just, while I was at work, I could just go to the toilet and just check on a few things. And I kind of just, and I didn't need to do that at the end of the day. But then it became, suddenly I was always online. And that's when it changed.
Most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity to get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for sure. He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner.
So you say that life's not easy, but you've had a husband that fucking bought the bookshop for you.
Super silent, almost inaudibly so.
She's been too busy helping me here, so she studied at home this trimester. This is a temporary solution, of course. I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store takes off.
And hell freezes over? Never mind. It's not a good topic to get into.
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had...
So I was outside work. Tilda called me. I had a La Bamba ringtone because she was detected. Still an old profile picture on my Facebook with a Sony Ericsson WC. Yeah. Still have my LG Shine in my drawer, a titanium model. And yes, it was actually fully titanium. Back when people actually told the truth about products. But yeah, I mean, I don't think I've got any fucking super old phone photos left. I think I've probably fucking got rid of them all slowly but surely. But trouble is, different fucking different photo apps and programs and phones have different ways of storing photos. So I've just got a folder full of random, just folders full of pictures and stuff. But yeah, I mean, there's probably a few that are. I mean, there's some very, very, like, I may have shown you guys before, but there's some very, very early stream photos of me where my fucking camera just took a picture of my desk rather than fucking rather than streaming. It didn't work as a webcam. But yeah, I've got some old iPhone backups, but yeah, I don't think I've got any of my old photos. Yeah, I don't think I've got any yet. I don't know where I would have put them. Hang on. Oh, where's the Pancake Factory? So apparently back in 2010, I will find you a picture of the most stoned I've ever been in my life. I will find you a picture of, it's not this one, I don't think. Not this one. What day did we go to the Pancake Factory? Oh, there it is. Hang on. Oh, no, it wasn't me that took the photo. Someone else took the photo. So I don't think I've got it in this. Oh, I don't have it in this album. But yeah, if you want a picture of 2010 Crumb. So this was 26 years ago. No, 16 years ago. This is Crumbs in Amsterdam, kind of baked. As you can see, I haven't actually aged that much. This is what's fucking baffling to me, is I've obviously aged. I'm not going to pretend like I haven't, but that was me in 2010, which was 16 years ago. In the sun without fucking sunscreen, of course. But yeah. But damn. No, it's because somebody else took the picture. That's why I haven't got it. That's why I haven't got it. But yeah, probably my most favorite picture from Amsterdam were a shop selling tulips, and there was a cat just chilling underneath the tulip shelf. And I should have, I'm sorry, Kyorfis, I was baked. I should have stood further back and got a really good square picture of the cat and the shelf, and I should have lined up the shop window to be dead straight. I should have done a proper job of it, but I was fucking roasted. But I did have a proper camera with me. I just put it on auto because I was too fucking stoned to fucking use it properly. Excusez-moi. But yeah, what a trip. What a fucking trip. Although I was being artsy because I took this picture when I landed, and I took this picture the day we left. So I was being kind of artsy. I took a picture the day we left, and I took the exact same picture from the same spot on the day we got back. But yeah, never did anything with that idea. But yeah, that was a good trip. That was a fucking good trip. But yeah, there is somewhere, there is a picture of me in the Pancake Factory or the Cheesecake Factory or whatever. But we got like unbearably roasted on like stupidly strong weed. Like I was just like, and I'm just there. Like, they were like JP, and I was like, and they took a picture, and I'm just so I look like I'm asleep. I'm just like, my whole body language is just like melting. I'm so roasted. I was like, yep.
A glimmer of sadness.
I ate a lot of sugar in that place, but it was getting quite expensive even back in 2010. But yeah, 16 years ago. Obviously, I was a lot thinner then. Let's be honest. But yeah. Check the meme channel in 2 seconds. He even had hair.
We're quite busy people, you know, my husband and I. Quite busy. Children are a lot of work. You don't look like a father, so I don't expect you to understand. I'm sorry. I'm sure you do understand.
The woman looks aloof. Her
Have some,
features
yeah,
much
more
softer.
fucking ads and malware,
She
probably.
glances at her daughter's silhouette.
Oops, excuse me. Oh, this is general. Oh, wow. Because tonight will be the night that I will fall for you. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, dude, I'm not even going to pretend. I'm not even going to pretend that I didn't have pictures just like that. I'm not even going to pretend, but yeah, sorry, I had to. We've got a USB fan and a drink. Quite the technique. Quite the technique. Yeah. Oh, I see. You've got the original box. It's pretty special. Ah, thank you, Crow. I appreciate that, dude. Right, excusez-moi. Hey there, Delilah. What's it like in New York City? I'm 1,000 miles away, but tonight you look so shitty. Yes, you do. I know it's pretty. You really look like a pile of poo.
Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirits. The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation.
Had the emo face. I think everybody had an emo face. Christ.
Of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
I mean, I don't know if there's anything of me left. I don't know if there's anything of me left. I think it's all been purged. I'm searching this off screen so you guys can't see it, of course. Hang on. My DeviantArt been deleted at last. Oh. My DeviantArt finally been deleted for inactivity after fucking like 20 years. Can I not even Google myself? Have they fucking stopped people looking up artists that way? Yeah. There you go. Do you want to know how edgy I was, chat? Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Do you want to know how edgy I was, chat? So I tell you what, this was probably fucking, I don't know, like 2004 maybe. Whenever My Chemical Romance was fucking blowing up and everybody was fucking like just absolutely obsessed with them. And I had like smaller flesh tunnels and no beard because I fucking wasn't growing a beard back then. But yeah, this was rage bait before rage bait. Holy fucking shit, dudes. Yeah, it's still here. It's still here. I'm not sharing it fully, but yeah, it's still here. Can I actually go to the because I think there might be some more pictures of me as a kid on the actual profile, but I don't know if I can access the profile. Can I not just look at the fucking profile? Like, can I not just go to the? Yeah, thank you. Fucking hell. Yeah, I don't know if I've got any. Don't know if I've got any like other photographs of me as a kid. Other than that one, but yeah, I too had an emo face. I too fancied an emo girl, so I decided to become emo myself. But yeah, it's just like loads of my old fucking abstract 3D artwork. loads of abstract 3D artwork and old vector artwork and stuff that I did back when I was a wee nipper. Been some time since I looked at this stuff, I'll tell you that. But yeah. There was a time when I was a designer, or I wanted to be a designer, and I did a bunch of vector work because I used to do abstract 3D, and then I did vector work on top of it. However, I then decided that I wanted to move away from just doing abstract 3D and to move into more just doing vector artwork, because I was really obsessed with a handful of like design companies that worked exclusively in vector with no 3D, because web design was really popular. But yeah, I did a bit of abstract 3D with some fucking emo lyrics or something. But yeah, this was a different era in the crumbs, a different era of crumbs. It was a simpler time, yeah. I miss those sorts of times. Yeah, I was like, this emo music's kind of crap, right? These bands aren't that good. Punk music's way better. And I was like, damn, that girl is very attractive. And she likes emo music. So I guess I like emo music as well, because I was very, very whipped as a teenage boy, as I'm sure you could imagine. But yeah. DeviantArt when Crumbs logs after 20 years. I thought you were dead. Yeah. The thing is, when I logged back into it, I was really, really worried I was going to see a bunch of messages from people that I hadn't spoken to in years. I can't remember the last time DeviantArt showed up on Google. Yeah, this is it. I think they fucking block you. I think they block people from finding you unless you're like some special member. They went super commercial. That's why I stopped using it. I remember back in the day, DeviantArt was like the place for young artists before Instagram and everything. And yeah, it was this sort of like melting pot of young artists making artwork and stuff and sharing it and doing collaborations and stuff. It was fucking just, there was so much creative energy on that website. And then, yeah, it got bought out and bought out again. And then before you know it, it was like you have to pay to post at certain resolution. They price locked everything. And it was just like, oh, great, DeviantArt's dead. So I just stopped uploading there and I stopped going there, to be honest. But yeah, Instagram came along not too long afterwards. And yeah.
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons.
Sitting here amazed at how old we are, yeah. So stabby younglings. And actually, don't lie, you're a young one. I'm serious, because I prefer the old stuff over newer stuff. Got good taste. Sort of missed those times. It was simpler. There was, I mean, like I've mentioned before, how like the 2000s, 2001, 2002, 3, 4, the pre-2010 internet, it was a very different place. And I'm not talking about how AI has changed things now. I mean, like pre-social media, the internet was a very different place. Mike, welcome in. How's it going, dude? Good to see you. Pre-social media, the internet was a very different, and we had early forms of social media like MySpace, but before Facebook, before like a lot of the social media platforms that we see today. But pre-social media internet was a very different experience, and I do kind of weep a little bit for young people, because I feel like a lot of young people experience the internet now as just where people live. This is just how we live. We don't go out and do anything. We just do everything on the internet. But I also feel like they never got to experience the pre-social media internet like I did, which was basically just a group of websites, you know, and there were thousands obviously, but you know, the internet.com bubble existed. But yeah, there were like thousands and thousands of very niche and specific websites that were all completely independent of each other. And there was something very sort of interesting and almost comforting about that. Was I would go to certain websites for certain things, and I was never aware of any other website. I was just on that website. And there was far less advertising, there was far less data, all of the shit of the internet of the modern day, the internet of everything, all of the shit, there was just none of that. It was still kind of, not in its infancy, like I say, the dot-com bubble had happened, but the fact that it wasn't full of normies. And as I get older, I'm starting to understand why elder people gatekeeped a lot of stuff from me as a kid. Because, yeah, as soon as all the normies got on the internet, as soon as everybody got on the internet, that's when all the advertising and all the fucking scams and all the other bullshit just came along. It's because that's where the people are. So now, when people are like, they keep things close to their chest, everything's niche and underground, they don't talk about it, I kind of get it. I kind of understand it, you know, because if you come across something that you love, like, don't tell everyone about it. Just fucking appreciate it for what it is, you know? Because as soon as everybody else gets involved, it just falls to pieces.
There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you.
As soon as there's money to be made because it's
I arrived,
popular,
I've sensed
game
a
over.
eerie lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Also, a lot of you are old as my parents, not me. So you ain't that old. I recently found some of those kind of smaller underground artists I used to listen to. You want to hear some of my emo music? Mind is going blank at this utmost important time. Hope you're well, sir. I'm barely on Twitch anymore. Yeah, no, I understand, dude. This platform is a complete mess. Yeah, like if I didn't have you guys and the people that I know and love, my friends that stream, if I was just a casual viewer, like I just wouldn't. It sucks because, you know, like I want this to be a great platform, but it's managed in a way that makes it awful. You know, and I don't really have a nicer way to put it. Watching this platform squander talent like it does is genuinely depressing. Because the whole fucking, like, you know, growing the stream thing, that ship sailed long ago. The platform doesn't want me to grow, and it's pretty obvious the platform doesn't want me to grow. I'm not going to get all boo-hooey about it. I'm not asking for sympathy. It's just a fact. But when I look at I see other creators that are genuinely really fucking good at this. And they get to 50 average viewers and get stuck there and just get fucking burned out and just fucking stop. The resentment just takes over and they just stop. And like I say, like if they stopped and they started making YouTube content, if they stopped and started making TikTok content or Instagram, if they pivoted towards another kind of content, I'd be like, okay, that's just how it goes. People try Twitch and they bounce off it and do something else. It's just how this platform is. But sometimes the whole fucking internet of it all, the whole content of it all, content creator thing of it all with Twitch, it puts such a bad taste in their mouth. They just go off and do something else completely unrelated to content, which means I never see them again. You know, I might message them occasionally, but I never see them. I never stay in touch with them as much as I did when I used to watch their streams. So I kind of feel like the way Twitch is, and how it makes people just give up on streaming and just kind of move away from content, it's kind of cost me friends, you know, and I know I could make more effort to go and see them, but they're all over the fucking world, and who has time or the money, you know, and they're busy doing something else. You know, I'm a Twitch friend, you know, so I'm not really at the forefront of their, you know, thoughts anymore, which is, you know, unfortunate, but it's just how it is. But yeah, I understand it, dude. Hope you're well. I'm barely on Twitch anymore. Yeah. May I share something? I'm excited. Yeah, of course. I can't tell you how relevant it's going to be to us, but yeah, that doesn't usually stop you from sharing something. But yeah, no, it fucking breaks my heart, dude. Because, you know, like, if the platform was growing, everyone else would have a chance. But right now, it's just, I see people start streaming now, and I'm like, I don't want to be negative, but fuck, man, it's just like the worst time. Like the saturation. Like the ratio of viewers to live streams has never been worse. Like it was not great, but it's never been as bad as it is now. Like the amount of viewers there are versus how many live channels there are at any given moment, the ratio is so bad right now. So starting a new channel, it's so difficult to get off the ground, to get any community together. It's because there's fucking some categories have fucking thousands of streamers in them, and it's just, you want to play a popular game, but realistically you don't. But at the same time, you know, fucking the Disco Elysium, I guarantee you right now, the Disco Elysium category's got 9-10 streamers max, maybe only 6 or 7. But yeah, like hardly anyone streams this game, which is a shame because it's a fucking masterpiece. But it just doesn't view very well. But I don't care. I still want to fucking play it, and I still want to hang out with you guys. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to do what I want, you know. If it's not successful, then so be it. You know, at least I'm fucking true to myself and true to you guys. Thank you for the bonk. Just also wanted to share that after spending 24 months after graduation, I can finally say I had my first job. Not within my graduation, unfortunately, but simply needed a place to start, and I can dream more later in life. I'm just happy to finally be adulting. Congratulations, Mike. I'm glad to hear that, dude. And yeah, with the job market in the UK and the US and just the world in general right now, the job market's all over the world. Fuck. So get yourself a job and go from there. Just get yourself a job, get into the habit of doing a job day to day and go from there, dude. You'll be fine. I promise you'll be fine. Just show up every day and try and do your best. And yeah, when things in a certain job start to wear you down, don't get trapped by this kind of sunk cost fallacy. Keep looking around, keep applying, keep looking for things until you find a job where you genuinely feel happy, and then yeah, just enjoy it. But yeah, congratulations, dude. But I can even see the big streamers have gone down in viewers. Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, if people that haven't gone down since lockdown, I'm sorry, that's view buying. Like, the whole platform has gone down by a third. So if you haven't gone down by a third, roughly, I don't know, dude. I don't know, that's pretty fucking suspect to me. Because a lot of people I know have just about held on. They're staying where they were at the end of lockdown, but they haven't really gone, you know, but a lot of us, it's tailed off quite heavily. And people come and go, you know, I can't control it. All I can do is try and put out a good stream. And I think, you know, I try, you know, if there's things I could improve on, I would. But at the same time, I know that there is so much work you could put into Twitch that will mean absolutely nothing. Like, I see people doing incredibly well whilst making very little effort in the grand scheme of things. And good for them. I'm not going to hate. Good for them. You know, they've obviously got something that people want. That's just how it is. That's entertainment. You know, you can't be upset about it. It's just how the entertainment industry is. And this is part of the entertainment industry quite clearly. So yeah, I'm a little bit tentative to sink a bunch of time and effort into Twitch, because what I have now, where I can hang out with you guys and stream and play video games, I'm fucking happy with that. I don't need to make a bunch of money. I don't need to have a bunch of followers or a bunch of viewers. All of those numerical values don't placate me or don't validate me as a person. Having quality conversations with you guys, even if you are just taking the piss out of me most of the time, that's what fucking drives me. And I have that, you know, I have what I want, you know. And people, you know, talk about, you know, could you be successful? You have to ask yourself what success looks like. You know, for me, being happy and enjoying something is what success is. When I rode BMX, I wasn't trying to be sponsored or fucking win competitions and earn money. You know, when I did photography or art, I wasn't trying to get noticed and trying to get signed and paid to be an artist. I was just trying to have fun and experiment with things that intrigued me. And that's what I'm doing with this. That's why I stream, because it intrigued me. I was like, damn, you can fucking live stream from a computer at home just on domestic broadband? That's all you need? And I was like, I've got to fucking give that a go. Come on, that's pretty fucking special. You know, television channels spend millions broadcasting to TVs all over the world. I can do it over the internet, basically for free, with a bunch of stuff that I've already got. So that's what I mean by free. Fuck yeah, I'm going to give that a try. And yeah, I got lucky because lockdown happened. And I was playing the Souls games, which are really popular. But since I left the Souls games and the lockdown ended, that all kind of compounded. This is kind of what happened, is I stopped playing a popular franchise, streaming-wise popular, because I play lots of popular franchises, but streaming-wise, Souls games are really popular. But also the lockdown ended, so the platform went down, and I stopped playing so it both compounded into a massive slump. But
it's not good to talk
what
about
can you
curse,
do? You know, I feel as if, you know, I'm here every day that I'm supposed to be here, 3 days a week, and I have been for fucking God knows how long. You know, I'm anything, you know, I'm consistent. I don't want to get numbers up, but I'll show you guys the calendar view. Like, I'm consistent. Like, if I miss a day, I'm gonna fucking stream the day after, you know. And I stream on the day that I stream on, and then I don't know what. So I didn't stream any of those days there. I'm not sure. Maybe I was on holiday. But I stream every single, and then obviously I'll do. Yeah, I must have been on holiday that week, but I streamed for a week there to make up for it. But yeah, I'll stream like and obviously I started off just one day, and then I mean, within like a little while, I was like, do you know what? Like, fucking love streaming. You know, so I started streaming properly January 2022, and by when was that? By April 2022, I was streaming multiple days, and then I was streaming 2 days a week, and then I did a week-long stream to play the Resident Evil games, and I was like, this is the shit. I fucking love this so much. I have so much fun. So that was it. 3 days a week, reasonably solidly, and I've been doing that ever since. But you can see, you know, lockdown had an effect, but then it's just died off massively. And like I say, there isn't an awful lot you can do about it. I feel like I put out a reasonably good stream. I feel like I engage with chat. I post on social media when I go live. I post clips, you know, at least once a day I post a clip of something to try and drive engagement on the socials. I'm part of other communities and stuff, you know, and I'm very lucky to get raided by them sometimes. So there isn't anything else I can do. I don't think there's much more I can do. So, you know, just, this is it. So it is what it is. Been a good girlie. My strikes have gone down to 1 strike. I logged in and my slate's clean. I'm glad to hear the slate's clean. Just make sure you don't get another strike. What are those African earlobes called? Well, apparently, according to you, they're called African earlobes. But I mean, I would call them flesh tunnels. But they're also called gauges sometimes, or plugs. Some people call them earplugs, but I don't know. But yeah, I would call them flesh tunnels basically. I mean, flesh tunnels, if you mean the actual discs they use. Yeah. Just ouch. Not as painful as you'd think.
Wow.
Really not as painful as you'd think.
Raves. You have new words.
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards. The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building. Even though now I fear it's not enough. Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books.
Yeah, no, they don't hurt, you know. And it's a slow process that you do over a course of years, so it doesn't actually hurt. Getting them pierced was the bit that hurt the most, and that's only because I got them pierced with a thicker needle. Normally, see you later, Gail. See you next time, dude.
Guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Desert shamans. That
I don't want to be
like a rather questionable way to describe a group of people.
I mean, I don't want to be facetious, right? But what am I supposed to do with this, you know? Someone comes in, immediately starts asking me questions about my ears, I explain, and then they just say, see you later, you know, because they didn't get a rise out of me. They didn't get, like, a reaction, you know, that they can clip, you know? So, I mean, what am I supposed to do with this? And, like, you guys that have been here for a while, you guys that are here every stream, and I can see your streaks, and I appreciate that. But how many times in the last couple of months has somebody new come into the channel? I'm just going to ask you guys because I've noticed it. Somebody new has come into the channel and we've had a genuine conversation. I've had like a meaningful conversation over a particular, like a reasonable amount of time. Somebody new's come in and I've had a conversation with them. It's been perfectly civilized. They're not trying to troll. This guy was, but yeah. But I've had a genuine conversation with somebody, but they don't follow. Why? Because in the past, that would happen all the damn time. And like that person, Pig, I can't remember their username exactly, but the follow was... where were they? Yeah, Pig448 came in and asked about their socialism homework. So I gave them some talking points and they were like, wow, thank you. And they followed. But it's been so rare. Followed the first day. It's been very kind of you, Tiger. But yeah, and Bubba Theodora. But other than that, it's fucking crazy. Like nobody follows anymore. Like nobody on Twitch follows anymore. It's so hard to get followers. And the annoying thing is, like every time I stream, I lose a follower. Like 1 follower per stream quite often. Sometimes it's none, but sometimes I'll lose 2 or 3 followers. And I go through and I watch the 20-minute segment when that unfollow happened. I look at when the unfollow happened and I watch 10 minutes before and 10 minutes after to see if I was saying something or if I made a political statement and I think to myself like, fuck, I didn't do anything. But yeah, I think it was odd they're called African earlobes. Like, yes, okay, some African tribes do stretch their ears, but they ain't what they're called. Probably knew that. Well, yeah, this is it, you know, like they tried to get a rise, and when they didn't get a rise and I didn't react, they just said goodbye, you know. So it's you know, they're definitely trying to troll, you know. But yeah, what are you guys following? Yeah, because I haven't got the chat here, but I need to just quickly do that. So Tiger's been following for a year, 3 months and 27 days. Stabby's been following for 3 years, a month, 21 days and 22 hours. Mike's been following for 3 years, 7 months. My follow would be completely true. For 3 months and 12 days and 1 hour, yeah. Not quite true, but yeah. We could add on the rest, I'm sure it's fine. It's probably a year and a half, 2 years. 3 years ago, I can't lie. Goop, Aaliyah, yeah, Goop, Aaliyah. Ariana stopped streaming the other day, and yeah, it was something that she did her last stream and everybody was raiding her and she was like, oh guys, don't follow, this is my last stream. And I was like, this hurts, man. I wasn't like best friends with her, but you know, I hung out in her streams a fair bit on and off, depending on what game she was playing. And she was a partner streamer. She was doing quite well compared to me, definitely doing quite well, but just decided to fucking walk away from it. But yeah, there's fucking like thousands of streamers that have stopped. It fucking sucks because a bunch of them are really fucking good. And yeah, all that's left is fucking bozos like me that refuse to give up. Yeah, 17-month subscriber, but yeah, like so, like your subscription's been going for 17 months, but you've only been following for 3 months. So yeah, bit of a strange one. But yeah, it's just Twitch is in a very weird spot right now. Don't shout at me, Bubba. No shouting. Sorry, it's a cat. There's a cat shouting at me. Bubba, there's no need to shout, okay? Sorry, I've just resized something by accident, and now I can't see all the stats that I need to see. Excuse me. Excusez moi. There we go. Moab, yeah. But yeah, it's just, lockdown, because lockdown was a difficult time. It was a difficult time, but it was kind of a magical time to be on Twitch. It was genuinely a magical time to be on Twitch. And yeah, I kicked myself that I tried to stream and it didn't quite work, so I just kind of gave up on the idea back in 2016, 2017. It wasn't until 2019, 2020 that I started seriously thinking about streaming, and then yeah, it wasn't until like 2022 that I streamed regularly from this account. But yeah, and I got a raid from somebody called Christine One Up, who's an Irish streamer, and through her I met a bunch of other great creators who I met a bunch, and through them I've just met loads of really great creators over the years. But yeah, I would say probably a third of them just fucking faded out, and it's just like, it fucking sucks, because yeah, Aaliyah and Goop and a bunch of others, they were so fun to hang out with, and I miss them so much. I still see Goop's stuff on Instagram. They've been sort of creating sort of poetry, and they've been working a lot on their notebook at the moment. Their sort of sketchbook. They've been doing a lot of like sort of sketchbook kind of stuff, and it's been really interesting to see it evolve. But they were doing a lot of sort of very tonal sort of studies, using a lot of like grayscale paintings of things, really focusing on tone and creating shape and sort of feeling with tone, which is really interesting. And yeah, Aaliyah was always doing something super interesting, and Aaliyah's personality was just impeccable. She was such a lovely human being such a lovely human being in so many different ways. I miss that one so much. But yeah, she started making dice, and I think she was making something else, but yeah, she's been making dice on Instagram, which is kind of cool. I get to see those. But yeah.
Yes, the Simonees are very crafty, and their wards are extremely powerful. Lesser wards simply won't do.
Respect you, Brad. Spreading love for so long, even though you admit yourself as you admit yourself, growth is hard. Another person I know has been on the internet with Twitch and YouTube for 11 years, and they still stream to a max of 4 viewers. Crazy respect from me. Yeah, this is it. Twitch account was created in 2012. Why am I so old? Yeah, I think my account was 2016. I think I created a Twitch just after it became Twitch, just after Justin TV became Twitch, so I could watch GDQ.
The woman looks aloof, her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled?
2011? No, I thought it was 2016.
No. Get back there. The books await you.
Can I do... I think Streamerbot will do it. Oh, I can't type on this keyboard anymore. So, Breadcrumbs 85 was created 11 years, 7 months, 8 days, and 3 hours ago. So it was 11 years ago. So that was 2015, 2014, 2015. So yeah, I created my account in 2015. Which was, yeah, 2015, fucking hell. Ziggy, welcome in. How's it going? We were just talking about lovely creators. Speak of the devil and they shall appear. But you're not a devil. You're too sweet to be a devil. Welcome in, Ziggy. How's it going? How was stream? Ah, jeez. How was stream? I hope you had a good one. Were you playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag Reset? How are you enjoying it? It's like a remake. It's resynced, but it's a remake, right? How are you enjoying it? It's a normal pick. I'm allowed Black Flag. It's normal pick. I'm allowed to post in general. If it's just a normal picture, then yeah, we can always straighten it out afterwards if we want. Yeah, I mean, lots of people are really, really fond of Black Flag. Lots of people are very fond of Black Flag. So yeah, I can see why they. I can see that was why they. I can see why they remade that one. Excuse me. Let me just refresh that to make sure my stream is still connected to the internet, because you never know. But welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? For those of you that haven't met me, my name is Breadcrumbs. I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK. Currently on my third playthrough of Disco Elysium. We're going for the 100%. I'm doing the hardcore playthrough. I'm going to try and scrape up a few trophies along the way. Please be warned, one of the trophies is to be a bit racist, and I hate it because it means I have to upset Kim, because you have to reach an all-time low with Kim for a trophy. So please understand that I fucking love Kim. Kim is this character here in the orange jacket. I fucking love Kim. He's such a beautiful, beautiful man of a character. But for this playthrough, for the trophy, we have to kind of piss him off, and it's fucking painful. So please accept my apologies if we choose some dialogue options that are a bit grim, but yeah. But welcome in. It's as good as I remember. Oh, this is the thing with a remake. If it feels as good as you remember as a kid, that's an achievement. That's an achievement. Favorite Assassin's Creed 2. It was lots of people love Black Flag. Lots of people love it. I never got a chance to play it, but yeah. Look at you with your horizontal and vertical stream layout. That's so posh. Yeah. Well, I mean, you install the plugin in OBS, and then I just took this scene and I just cropped it like I would do for like a vertical clip for socials. And then, yeah, you just in OBS, enhanced broadcasting, second thing, vertical canvas. Yeah. And then I can stream to, I can stream to YouTube and Twitch with the horizontal, but the vertical can go to Twitch vertical as well. So yeah, and obviously whenever I create, what's really handy is whenever I create a clip, it's automatically in the vertical format. So it creates a clip of the horizontal stream, but the vertical, you normally have to line it up with the layout, which is pretty useful. It's still pretty quick, but it's already done. So I can just share that. I can create a clip and share it to socials straight away. It's actually super easy. Podrick's Butt, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Clever Clock. Yeah, it's still. Oh, I'm not clever. It's not that complicated. It's worth doing because they said that 70. I think Twitch said to me that 70% of new viewership is vertical right now, and I was like, well, okay, I can't avoid that. That's maybe vertical is actually where everybody on Twitch has gone, because yeah. But anyway, sorry. Is it okay if I do a shout out for you with a clip? Would you prefer a non-clip shout out or no shout out at all? That's also perfectly that. But thank you for the raid. I completely appreciate that. If you have to do your post-stream routine, completely understand you've just done a whole stream. Please feel free, but if you want to hang around, that's also totally fine as well, of course. And welcome in, Raiders. I appreciate you guys staying in with the raid. That's very PogChamp of you. As I say, I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK. Focus on chat and gaming, interesting sort of obscure games that aren't mainstream, but also conversations. I love having conversations with people about video games. It's one of my most favorite forms of media entertainment. Video games have made such an impact on my life in so many ways, and this one is probably one of my favorites. So welcome in. Go for it. Wonderful. It always makes me laugh because it chooses the most cringe clip. Well, this is the trouble is your most cringe clip has a bunch of views. So these automated random clip files. Oh, that one's got some views. I'll just choose it. But every time it gets chosen, it gets more views, and then it gets chosen, it gets more views. So it tends to become the most watched clip. But yes, it's completely random. I just push a button. But yes, non-raiders, please feel free to say that to our lovely friend Ziggy. You raided over. Playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced at the moment. Doing a wee on something. Look at the green screen key on that dog. It's perfect. It scared the fuck out of you. But yeah, that cloak thing you had in Resync looked really cool. Had like blue tips.
Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
She's attempting to
the power of Christ compels you.
The shelves. She only wants you to buy the goods. She doesn't care about the books.
Well, that week I try. Thank you for the show. Oh, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Like I was just complaining about how bad Twitch is for viewership and growth and everything, and it has been for years for some of us. So yeah, raids are literally the only thing that counts for me at the moment. I mean, even then, Twitch won't count half the viewers, but fuck it, this is just what Twitch does. But yeah, without raids, I'm fucking invisible. Like I don't exist anymore. So yeah, I appreciate all the raids. Like there are people that are keeping me in a certain bracket just from raiding me, which is incredibly kind of them. So I always appreciate the raids, which is why I always want to do a shout out. Of course, it's just a nice thing to do.
Truth be told, not really. My sister brings in most of the goods. I'm sure it's all very
Ubi Slop loves your
stuff with
weakness.
well-written
I know, man. I'm struggling too. Really, is the only thing that I feel so badly. We should collab soon. Yeah, this is the thing: is that as people start to struggle, they become more toxic, and there's a lot more resentment now. So it's getting. I mean, Twitch has always been a bit catty and a bit clicky, but it's getting worse because people are struggling. It's getting worse, and people cannibalize each other, and they start clout chasing and being, fucking dramatic and fucking, criticizing other people and stuff. And I'm just like, oh man, it's watching a platform shrink is so painful, especially when you're on the platform, even as a viewer, it's painful.
But you don't learn about the important things in life from fabricated stories. I provide a valuable service. As long as people buy books, I'm
quite the Shark Tank. Mm-hmm. But this is it. I'm the fucking quoker. I don't have any beef with anybody. Even people that I don't like, and that even if what they do. Don't get me wrong. I dislike people, but I'm not going to go out of my way to hate on them. Like there are definitely people that are doing things that are harmful to the brand of streaming, but the platform doesn't seem to want to acknowledge that.
The truth is available if you just know where to look.
So yeah,
and you
basically,
have to open and free your mind to understand.
Like from the outside looking in, there are certain people that get a lot of exposure externally outside of Twitch, but they just happen to be doing the most toxic shit, and it makes people think that that's what streaming is, when actually streaming goes far beyond what they're doing. In fact, what they're doing is actually kind of low-hanging fruit.
She smiles and nods.
But a brand is a brand, and that's what the brand is at the moment, is toxic people doing toxic shit to each other. So yeah, people see that from the outside looking in and think, you know what, I'll just stick to YouTube, and it's like, well, what can we do? What can we do? Are they indoors now?
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very busy with my homework. I have so much homework now.
That's what happens when you don't go to school, unfortunately. Vegan beef, with you for shits and gigs, by which I mean typical British banter. Happy I can say I've never done that. Yeah, this is it. I'm not going to allow things outside of my fucking circle of influence to affect me. I'm going to play video games, have meaningful conversations with people, try to build a community of people that like each other and feel comfortable with each other, create a little corner of the internet where people can feel like they've seen and heard, and that's it. Like, I'm not going to make loads of money, because I'm not really too fussed about that, but that means the platform doesn't really care about me, because if I don't make money, why would they? Money talks, right? But yeah, I'm just interested in creating a community of people to play games with, hang out with, have conversations with, and just be friends with. That's all I'm really interested in, is what I would consider being a streamer. All the other stuff can kind of get fucked. Just fucking, I'm too old to fucking care about it, to be honest. But yeah, what about the vibes in chat? Yes, well, we're here. Expect you a ton, man. You're a great streamer. I need to come and watch more. Yeah, well, whenever you can. Yeah, no obligations. That take 50% of a good. It makes I think the best memories, doesn't it? Preach, dude. You know what else talks? Yeah, Bubba's talking. Bubba's talking. I don't play with him on the break. But yes, speaking of breaks, we do have an ad break coming up. I do apologise to everyone that came over with the raid. We have a 3-minute ad break. Gets rid of pre-rolls on the channel, so when you guys first got here, you didn't immediately have to watch an ad, because that sucks. If you have to watch an ad before you even get a chance to hang out and see if you like the stream, that doesn't feel very good to me. So I do a 3-minute ad break on the hour, so we can all take a break at the same time. Nobody misses anything. We can get up, move around, grab a drink or a snack, and it all makes sense. Enjoy your daily bread. But yes, the ad break will start in a moment. I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips if you guys want to hang out. But like I say, please feel free to get up and move around. Stretch those legs a little bit. It's good for you. But yes, I'll be back in just a moment, and then we'll carry on. And it's very, very powerful that I wanted to amass as much money and guns and loot and everything. I wanted to have all the best loot. I wanted to have a bunch of money. I wanted to have all the guns. I wanted to upgrade all the guns. I wanted to have all the best stuff. And then I realized Arthur Morgan was going to die, and it made me realize that none of that shit actually matters. And that, hands down, is one of the most significant things a game has made me feel. for a very long time. I suddenly didn't give a fuck about the money. I didn't give a fuck about getting a cool hat or a cool gun with engravings on it. And I gave away as much money as I fucking could. I gave away, I fucking did so many missions, and I refused to accept rewards, and I gave people money because I realised I wasn't going to need it. I just didn't want to be a loot goblin. I realised I didn't need to have these, but there was no point.
Yeah, this is big brain time.
Classic. Dedication to the bit, love it. Nice AI.
Daddy underscore Katsy says bread. Would you rather have a calzone or a matter baby?
Would you rather have a calzone or a matter baby? What's a matter baby? What's the matter?
No! Stop it.
Damn, was it clunky? Shit, I just yeeted myself. Oh, I didn't die. I didn't die. Right, okay, excuse me. I'm poisoned. Oh, this is going really well. This is going really well. This is going really well. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Get the item for some